Do you want some Permadeath stats that I've just figured out?
Oh no.
I like stats.
It's been 2 years since we did an episode.
Yeah.
Where we have Yuffie in the thumbnail, which is
relevant.
No shit, she's gonna be in it again.
And apparently when I when I searched up Permadeath podcast, it brought up episode 1, which was 10 years ago, and I feel a bit ill.
Ooh, is it actually finally officially the 10th year?
10 years, yeah.
I've been waiting for that.
Years, or is it 10 years and 11 months because it was actually in 2013?
It was January 2014, so...
Well, happy birthday to you guys.
We're as old as fucking Final Fantasy 14.
I missed the fucking 10-year date. I should have put it in my calendar.
That tracks, to be honest with you.
How fitting. How fitting that we celebrate the 10th anniversary with a 50th episode.
What episodes a year of this monthly podcast?
That is to say, welcome everybody at episode 50 of Permadeath Podcast. You just got to witness us discover that we're 10 years older since we started the show, and we don't record often. So you might be wondering, is this an old episode I'm listening to? Is this a new episode I'm listening to? Because like you just heard, Yuffie's probably in the thumbnail again. You didn't click the wrong one. You're hearing correctly. You're reading correctly. We are here today in April of 2024. I am Bill Conway, joined, as always, by my two friends, Ebbie and Kinross. How are you doing?
I'm good. I've got coffee, so I'm good.
I was thinking, is everyone going to start using last names? And I don't have one.
Yeah,
I mean, I do,
Kinross,
but in...
Kinross.
No. I'm Ninglehorf, aren't I? Kinross Ninglehorf.
When it came out of my mouth, I thought, did I ever say that on here? I don't know if I ever did.
I think you've just doxed yourself.
Fuck.
No, I wanted to look up some fun stats and make here's a funny line from each episode. But
save that for the 100th episode in another 10 years. we might have a new Mass Effect game by the time we do episode 100. Ooh. You never know.
It was more of the fact that it's I'd have to get through 150 hours of content for 5 seconds per episode. I'm nah. Definitely save that for 100.
Yeah, I did listen to a bunch of old episodes over the last year. So I should have been saving timestamps to help you out, Kinross, if I knew you were going to go for a memory lane archival.
I'll be honest, I thought I had at least another 18 months before we were going to do this. So the idea came to me last summer. I just thought I had more time.
Fair. We do record a lot of other things, so it's easy to get sidetracked. For those of you who were around 4 months ago and contributed, since this is our first official episode of anything since we've done it, thank you. It's pretty late to say this, I guess, but thank you for contributing to our Jingle Jam.
Yes,
that Kinross worked so hard to set up. It was very successful. We played a lot of Mario Kart, and we're now closer to doing another one than we were after we finished it. So
I mean,
yeah. We're almost halfway through the year.
Got to try and work out what to do this time. It was easy last time, and I know I need to finish a jigsaw puzzle, but I've had internet troubles.
I think we should do Baldur's Gate randomized.
Okay.
Does that mod exist?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's a mod you can get.
I mean, they're going to start working on official mod support next-ish. So
there you go. That's my contribution to.
I mean, it's better than my one of what about a 50-turn game of Mario Party?
I mean, I'd also be down for that, to be fair.
Yeah, we'll work it out.
I'll be there.
We've got time.
You say that, and then you blink, and suddenly it's
900 and something. We managed to raise.
I don't know. I was looking for the link, but I don't seem to be able to find it.
It's probably gone offline, or I've hidden it.
It was close to £1,000, which is...
It was close, yes. We didn't quite hit the 1,000 because we were going to do something other stupid at 1,000.
I'm going to be honest, that's like 4 times the amount that I was expecting.
Yes.
It was quite a lot of money, so thank you very much for...
Yeah. I was expecting at least 120 because I knew 4 people that would have bought the collection. So I'm like, anything more than that's a bonus.
Was it the 4 of us who did the Mario Kart stream?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did a Lethal Company.
Kinross loved it.
I dinged the bell once and I'll never do it again.
That set me on like a 4-week binge of Lethal Company, so I appreciate that being our reward.
Oh, so next time we play it, you can tell us what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
I don't think he could, because you end up at a point where you're like, yeah, I'm so down this rabbit hole. I'm 18 days in and I'm 45 mods deep. I don't know what's new anymore.
Yeah, you get to a point where it's like, all right, yeah, the only way for me to extend the longevity of this is to mod it. Because you are doing the same thing over and over and over again in the same exact interiors over and over again. So variety is the game's biggest issue after a certain amount of hours, but there's a ton of mods. And then you end up in the Family Guy house. It gets ridiculous to a point where it's like, all right, I'm not even playing Lethal Company anymore. I'm on like a fucking Counter-Strike modded server with a bunch of scientists.
It's like Left 4 Dead 2 when every model's been replaced with something not a zombie.
You're the Kaon characters on Helm's Deep in Left 4 Dead 2, yeah. But anyway.
Speaking of Kaon, that's older than Permadeath and is now a retro anime, you know?
I was just thinking about that. Okay, so I was just thinking about that the other day. I was reading a Reddit thread because there's a Spice and Wolf remake out that's airing right now, which kind of comes from that same era of like 2008, 2009. I always like when I started like anime YouTube, like that anime's old as shit now when I think about it. And I think about how like Kaon and Haruhi Suzumiya and like all of those shows were so iconic. Like, do kids know about those? Does like Gen Z know about Kaon and Haruhi? Like, is Haruhi still an icon? Like, I don't think so.
They'll never understand the fucking Endless 8 grind that everyone went through on a weekly basis. They'll never get it. There was an episode in an arc called The Endless 8 where for 8 weeks, like, consistently it was the same episode every week. It's just they wore like different clothes. It was weird.
Yeah, they were stuck in a time loop. And it was like, are they really going to do this 8 times? You finally got a season 2. Are they really going to do this 8 times? And I was like, surely no. It was maybe a few times. No, it was 8. It was 8 fucking times.
What was that in Harry?
Yeah.
I must have just never watched it. I'm curious whether, like, if Haruhi is on a streaming service, because there's the aired order and the chronological order, right?
Yes.
Would they go for the aired order?
Probably.
I would assume so.
What was the DVD release, I guess?
I don't know.
I would assume aired. That would be my...
Because that was a nightmare for me, because I decided to watch it chronologically because I'm a smooth brain. And so trying to keep track of where I actually was probably harder than being confused by what's going on.
I remember like the first time that they like showed the repeat of Endless 8, so it was like episode 2 of that arc. And me and my friend were like so into Haruhi Suzumiya. We watched it on YouTube, like people would upload it on YouTube as it came out. And I remember him sending me the link and he was like, new episode. Wait, I don't think it is a new episode, actually. It says it's a new episode, but it appears to be the same episode that we watched last week. And that was the next 8 weeks.
Yeah. Like, his swim trunks are different in this one. Oh, okay. Dude, they even trolled in one of the episodes on one of the shelves. They had the word endless in like giant silver letters. They were having a fucking blast, just ruining people's life every week. It was legendary troll.
It's very neat, and also think of how much they saved on animating.
I don't think they did though, because all the animations were like different.
Is it all like slightly different?
There were different
swap out
perspectives.
the costume
yeah, they wore like different clothes and used different camera angles and stuff. It was super bizarre.
Okay, well then, kudos to them for going through the effort.
It's funny because I think it was like a 12-episode core too, and like 8 of them were the same.
It was. It was. I was so mad at the time. I think I'm finally over that one.
Yeah,
now,
looking
though.
back on it, it's like, okay, I could appreciate the stones to do that.
Yeah.
It's funny in retrospect. At the time, it was not very funny,
especially because
like,
the movie came after that, right? The Disappearance, which was like really well received, so they kind of won in the end there.
It was like typical KyoAni, like we'll make 2 seasons of the anime and it's kind of goofy, and then we'll do a movie that's insanely serious and like heartfelt. It's like every KyoAni movie is always like based off of something that had 2 seasons. Like I saw the Free movie not that long ago. Like it came to cinemas here. I say not that long ago. It was probably about 2 years ago at this point. And they made it seem like one of the main characters died at the end because he swam too hard. It was a bit traumatizing because they like did this thing where they death baited this character that I really, really like. And then they rolled the credits, which was just like it was just like a slideshow of key art that they'd made for the series. And then afterwards there was like a post-credit scene or whatever. And I was like sitting there through these credits like, what the fuck just happened? It was typical KyoAni just being a bit overdramatic for the movie, I think. So
I forgot that
is there a second Free movie? Because you would have... That can't have been what we saw in 2016 or whatever, because you would have been like, I'm done.
No, there's the High Speed movie, which is what we saw in Japan. Then there was season 3. And then they did like a compilation movie and like a movie to tie in with the Olympics that happened in Japan. So it would have been longer ago than I'm thinking, but
yeah. But it does fall into the period of time where things just stopped existing for a bit.
Yes, it did. I'm pretty sure the movie got delayed to like coincide with when the Olympics actually happened. I don't know. Anyway.
Anime. That's what we do here.
Oh, that's the other thing I saw on Reddit. Yo, somebody ranked, tangent and a half, but speaking of being old, somebody ranked the best like music anime. So there's been some good ones recently. Bocchi the Rock was really good. Dude, Beck was like 24th out of 25 on the ranking. And I thought to myself, the only reason it's so low is because it's 20 fucking years old. And all the people who use these social media sites and these anime charting sites probably these days are like 19 years old and they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Beck should be number 1. God damn it. Fucker.
I only know 3, 4. I know 4 music related anime.
I also didn't know there were 25 of them. Yeah, either. Kid Ross, that's a good point.
I know Nana, which I think is music based, but might not be.
Yeah.
Kaon, Hibike Euphonium, and the one where I thought that the was it Utna Prinsima, where I thought that the main character was blind.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then there's Beck. So there's 5 music shows ever made. And Beck somehow got 24th out of 5. So.
I mean, yeah, it peed me oh. That's all I'll say. I'll censor myself. It peed me oh.
Weird. 1 way to censor yourself, and 2 censor yourself at all. Lest we forget your "this is my last swear" 20 seconds later, immediately.
It's all about shutting checkpoints. It's about making progress little by little.
It's a really good job that we don't rely on like income from this podcast for anything.
Monetization would be fairly difficult.
We are monetized, aren't we?
Oh, that is right. Is that true? Let me just check my wallet.
Where's my paycheck? I've been doing this for 10 years and I've not paid a penny, man.
Maybe we're not. I think it might have been offered at one point. I was like, I don't have the authority to do that. We got like £7 in our Google wallet. I use Quid for you guys.
Thank you.
That's not enough for a payout.
We'll use it whenever Bill comes over here. We'll buy like a McDonald's or something. I don't know.
Get me one of those Frogos. What are they called? You can get me a bunch of Frogos. What are they called?
Freddos.
I mean, it is a frog, so...
Okay, so my brain was visualizing kind of correctly. Okay. I know they're getting expensive.
I used to remember when Frogos were 25p.
Hey, news for you.
Oh.
They're actually 10p at the minute from Tesco.
What?
Sainsbury's.
Other supermarkets are available.
One of the supermarkets that has like a loyalty card, they're 10p at the minute when you purchase them with a loyalty card.
Okay. One of the good loyalty cards.
That's only big news for people who grew up in the 90s in the UK.
That's like 90% of the audience, surely.
Probably, honestly.
Because it's you and I, Ebbie.
Check the analytics.
I don't listen to this podcast.
No, fair
I looked at the analytics for my new video on YouTube, and it's all like 35 plus men. So, and most of the impressions are from recommendations on YouTube. So the algorithm actually put it out there, and a bunch of 40-year-old men clicked it. So, congratulations to me, I guess, on cultivating my audience of old men.
Say old.
I'll have to move him over here.
Don't say old.
He said 40. He said 40.
We're not quite there yet. It's fine.
Yeah.
Anyway, if this is your first time listening to the Permadeath podcast, if this is your first time coming across us, we typically talk about video games, but usually, from what I've, funnily enough, doing my history lesson of listening to old episodes, it takes us a while usually to get there. So this isn't unusual. We do have more than just video games to talk about today, though. I figure we'll start with this because, Kinrosh, you just put in a lot of effort to binge this over the last, day and a half?
I watched episode 1 on Monday, and then 2 through 7 yesterday and 8 this morning.
Cool. The Fallout TV show. We're living in an era of good adaptations, and we just got another one. Except for I have heard season 2 is not as bad as 1.
Yeah.
I don't know if I care to put a time in, but apparently it's like
it sounds like season 2 is closer to the games, such that season 3 will be good. But that's very anime. Oh, you just got to watch the first 7 episodes. Yeah, and I just did a lot of thinking about that very topic of how long should it really take you to get into something? And in terms of Fallout, this has been an interesting one for a lot of people because I think, and I'm going to get into it a little bit as well, I don't have much experience with Fallout, and I feel like a lot of the people I've talked to who have watched this also haven't. Like my family, like my parents don't play Fallout, but they do a really great job at making this feel like the start of just a game. One of the games, like a new game, easing you into the world or whatever. The intro of the show is really good. Like the first 5 minutes of this thing are really enticing. Pre-bombs.
Yeah, yes. The only time we've ever seen pre-war America in Fallout is in Fallout 4. So it was definitely interesting to see as much of it as we did in the show, because they confirmed some stuff in this show that people have speculated for a very long time.
Well, I saw that there was a lot of discussion about how canon the show is because they did some stuff about the NCR.
Okay,
and it's all canon.
Yes, the show is canon. It's just the timeline has drifted slightly.
Mm-hmm.
But everything in the show is canon. They keep saying it's canon. It takes place 15 years after Fallout New Vegas, about 10 years after Fallout 4. So yeah, everything is canon to the universe, which is really cool. And it was a new story and not just them retelling an old one, which is really cool because we don't we don't get a lot of. Well, I don't know. Maybe we do through like 76 because I don't play Fallout 76, but we don't get Fallout lore very often in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very cool that we got so much, because I think I'm the only one in this podcast that's like extensively played and loved Fallout prior to the show.
Yes, I've never beaten a Fallout game. I will be soon, but I've never done it.
Yeah, I played
I didn't know
3
much
and
about
4.
it.
Yeah, but did you love it though?
I bought the collector's edition.
Yeah, for me, because I lost a bet.
I enjoyed it. I don't love very many things. I finished it, so I must have enjoyed it enough. But yeah, no, I didn't like super deep dive into reading wiki type love.
I've been watching so many lore videos over the last like 2 weeks since I finished it. Like, I love it so much.
That's been the tricky part for me, because like this has been like my gateway into Fallout. Like I've always been kind of interested in Fallout, and I've played like everything Bethesda except for Fallout, which is odd. But like the show, like Ebbie said, like there's a lot of lore in there, and I don't know what's in the games and what isn't, and so I haven't talked about it really with my cousin Nick, who's a big Fallout lore nerd, and with you, Ebbie. I don't know what is a spoiler for me, what isn't a spoiler for Nick, or someone who hasn't seen the show yet, or like whatever. I don't know what is revealed when, and so like it's been tricky for me to go online because like everybody's dumping lore also, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to know the stuff from the games yet because I'm now just playing them for the first time thanks to the show. So as a big Fallout fan, I assume you like the show. I assume that's
safe to say. Happy with how it turned out.
I'm extremely happy, because when I heard there was going to be a Fallout show, my immediate response was, oh no.
Yeah, I mean that's the default. I think that's an appropriate default response to we're adapting a thing.
Especially something that has like a whole lot of like theory crafters and lore experts around it. And I'm very excited that they said that they're making a season 2. Like, I'm insanely curious about what happens next.
Now, maybe this is... probably is spoilers. But it is in the vein of not know... Like, I know enough to recognize that something probably is a reference, but not to understand the reference. So... is the last shot is of a place.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, I'll say this. This is time-stamped. People listening, if you don't want to hear any kind of even vague Fallout spoilers or whatever, feel free to tune out, come back in.
Watch it.
I'll do my best to timestamp people through this, because we'll be talking about other stuff with possible spoilers too later. So I'm going to hopefully shepherd people through this. So you can say what you want to say, Kinross. That's fine.
Sorry.
Yes.
Is that Vegas?
Yeah, it's New Vegas.
That's New Vegas.
Okay.
But big thing, when we last saw New Vegas, it did not look like that.
Did it not?
Nope.
I mean, it was a video game, so...
No, like, they, in the credits for the last episode, they, like, take you through, like, the strip, and it's destroyed. You can tell from the shot, looking over New Vegas, that there's, like, one building intact, and it's the Lucky 38 casino.
Okay.
And we don't really know why it looks like that, because this series takes place after New Vegas, so it's been like 15 years since we've been there.
Okay, I did not realize that the credits changed. I watched the first one and I was like, all right.
The credits mostly unimportant, I think, but the last episode ones, I was like, what the hecky? What's going on?
But yes, if they didn't have a season 2, that was an awful last episode.
Oh man,
technically, like the last 15 minutes is just like, if you don't get a second season, that's unfortunate.
I'd be rather displeased, to be honest with you.
So on the point of being worried when you heard that this was going to be an adaptation, the one thing I think I'm so impressed by with the show, and I think maybe would have been the easiest thing to fuck up, because like the scale of Fallout and the things you need to portray seems like you need a pretty monstrous budget to portray a post-apocalypse like this, and the vaults. There's so many different varying levels of cleanliness to the sets in a Fallout story, but the humor and the tone of the show, from my very brief experiences with the games prior to watching it, I feel like they really nailed everything that you would come to expect from Fallout, and actually pulled it off, and didn't make me go like, oh, okay, they said it like the game or whatever, which was really cool to see. It really feels like an entry in Fallout, and not just somebody else's like kind of half-assed take on it, even if it.
Yeah. Like I kind of liken the first part of Lucy's story, I guess, to the start of Fallout 3.
Yes.
Actually, it's very, very similar, where it's like, oh, my dad's gone. Gotta go out and look for my dad. And like every Fallout game, aside from New Vegas, I'm pretty sure starts off in a vault. And has like the vault as the introduction. So it was cool that they did that with Lucy. I
loved all the vault stuff, and I'm so glad that they kept characters in the vaults and kept exploring stories within the vaults. I think those are some of my favorite stories in the season. Whenever it would kick back to Lucy's brother and her cousin. Sorry, I forget their damn names.
Norm and Chet.
There you go. Thank you. I just kept calling him Rico because that was his name in Hannah Montana, and then the other guy, I've never seen him in anything, so his name didn't really register. But I loved getting to spend more time in the vaults, and even seeing more vaults was really cool.
It's not very often in the games that you'll see like an intact vault. Because usually when you come across one, it's like, this is one that they did some fucky experiment in and it all went wrong. Like, you never see like a clean, fulfilled its purpose vault, basically, ever.
Well, I'd argue that it didn't fulfill its purpose, technically, because they had an uprising, did they not?
In Vault 4? That was the one where people were experimenting, like crossbreeding humans with monsters to try to make
and then they all were like, nah, it's our place now.
That was so gross when I realized that fucking monster. What was that fucking thing in the water? That's why there were fingers in its throat. Oh my god! Oh,
I kept going back on like that 3 seconds because I'm like, are those fingers? Because I think I see nail, but I'm not sure, and I don't know if it's better or worse if it's fingers.
I feel like the gulpers are from 76. I'm gonna have to look this up.
Positively disgusting.
Because I've never seen them before. Oh, they're in Far Harbor in 76. I've not played Far Harbor either. I'll be honest, I was a little bit disappointed that they put a lot of like, there was a lot of gulper action in the show, and I'm like, but I really want to see super mutants, and I really want to see Death Claws.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we're going to see super mutants, considering in the war room, they're like, what if we just gave people a bunch of steroids?
Well, the thing that I thought was going to happen was when, I don't remember the guy's name, the guy who injected himself in the neck. I thought he'd injected himself with the super mutant virus. Yeah. And I was like, I'm ready for this. And then that was not the case. And I was like, okay, we'll see them. Don't worry about it. Like, super mutants are a staple in Fallout. There's no chance that we don't see them. And then we don't see them, so that was like my one disappointment, I guess.
Saving some heavy guns for season 2.
Like,
hopefully.
We saw the arm of one, like when they were in the Enclave. There was like a stretcher with like a sheet over it, and there was a super mutant arm sticking out, and that was it, basically.
I'm surprised at how uninvolved the Enclave was, other than, I mean, it is like the central plot device, but they're like, yeah, get this guy, please. And then nothing is mentioned ever again.
I'm sure the Enclave will be in season 2.
Yeah.
I like the fact that they did, in my opinion, more accurate Brotherhood of Steel representation than in Fallout 3, where they're kind of the good guys. Because the Brotherhood of Steel are notoriously actually not that nice.
Insane.
Because they just want to hoard technology, basically, so that no one else has it. That's kind of their motivation, I guess. But in Fallout 3, which Bill's been playing through, they're kind of like solid group of guys. You're like, yeah, I don't mind these guys, and then you get throat punched when you play a different Fallout game. It's not 3.
Part of me wonders, because, was it the Elder Clerics or whatever? He was talking about how they've lost their way. Is it just that there's a fractured set? Like, is it not a single Brotherhood of Steel? There's just like little offshoots, and it's like, okay, the ones in 3 are what we should be, and we are good guys, and everyone else has just gone off the deep end.
I don't actually know, to be honest with you.
That would be a way to explain it if they wanted to. You know, if people ever questioned how they're portrayed in 3, be like, oh, well, that's just how this sect operates. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, that's Kinross. Go write lore for them.
All right, Todd, I know you're listening.
He's a big fan. He's the 40-something-year-old guy who listens to my shit, so he's here for sure. Yeah, plus. Yeah,
I think he's 53, something like that.
He'll live forever.
Todd Howard Facts with Permadeath Podcast.
What'd you come here for?
I did see a video of him finding out that IGN gave him a 9 for the show, and I was like, that's nice. That was a nice video.
I like Todd Howard.
I've always been on the side of Todd Howard, apart from when he had that weird, like, he did like an interview at one point. I think Elon Musk was there, and they were talking about like watches and Teslas and stuff. That was the one time where I was like, I don't relate to this guy.
Is it before or after Elon?
I think it was pre.
Started to go.
Yeah, I think it was before that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before he went full fucking tilt villain.
He might own us soon.
He doesn't really moderate his own platform, so he won't care what we say about him.
Dude.
He's a bozo clown boy.
That's Amazon.
The one thing I was curious about, the one thing I didn't want to say to my cousin who hadn't seen the show yet, because I wasn't sure if this was something that was ever covered in the games or if it was something that was like a new reveal for the show, was the idea that, and again, this is still time-stamped, by the way. Anyone listening to this, if you're like getting mad, like, what the hell? These fucking people are spoiling the whole show. Check the timestamps out. It'll take you ahead. Don't worry about it. If you made it this far with this many spoilers, then just live with it, I guess. I'm about to tell you something big. The insinuation that Vault Tech would be the ones to drop the bombs, is that...
That's the thing we have not found out through the game, because we've been like told consistently China were the ones who like dropped bombs.
Because that's like American propaganda, like, yeah, China's the enemy, whatever. And like the entire time the show's going, it's like they keep planning the idea of like Vault-Tech's investing this much money in this, and it's like if there isn't a war, that's billions of dollars just wasted down the toilet. And it's like, I wonder what's going to happen then. And yeah, that seems like a massive thing.
This was the thing that's been like theorized for a while, but no one had any like proof for it. And I guess still technically we don't know for sure that it was Vault-Tech that did it, because if you think about it, Janie was her name, right? she would have already been in, the daughter. She would have been in a vault had they known prior.
Yeah.
I wonder
because she was only saying if these peace talks go well, we can fix that. But
yeah, I guess that's going to be one of the things we find out whenever he finds his family. We'll get some answers. Because I was thinking, well, he was working a kid's birthday party. Now, I don't remember the scene 100% verbatim. But I was talking to my friend about it, and because he was like, yeah, there's no way the mom would have let the daughter be there if she was going to knowingly drop bombs on the United States. But then I was thinking, like, well, what if like he took the kid and left, and like he was working birthday parties as a way to make money? Like clearly he's not. He's not like at his highest peak of life at that point either.
I thought that it was going to be, she's going to find that he's listening in. They're going to get divorced or whatever in the quickest ceremony possible. And that's why he's working birthday parties and everyone's like, do the thumb up thing. Cool.
They do mention like he's doing this for alimony payment or whatever.
Ah, okay. But yeah. I guess it's one of those things where they probably want us to be unsure on it. We're gonna get a bunch of that shit in season 2, probably more flashbacks and more stuff with his family and everything. So
I'm so curious to see where the whole Vault-Tec being the one who dropped the bomb thing goes, because I think that's a very cool insinuation that they're making.
That would make Vault-Tec the bad guys.
They're still the bad guys. Like, they're not the good guys. They've never been the good guys.
Nah, they helped save all these people.
Yeah, but they threw them into, like, fucky experiments and...
Wow.
Yeah,
I suppose.
It was... No one in the vaults, unless they were in a control vault, had a particularly good time, so...
Yeah, trap a small sample size of humans in confined space for 200 plus years and see what the fuck we do with each other. Good idea.
I guess that's one thing. Was there an experiment in the tri-vault situation, or was it just we want to keep making sure that people are good?
I think they're like... their niche is the fact that the 3 vaults are connected. Obviously, is it 33 or 31?
31 is where all the Vault-Tec people pods are.
Yeah, so that would have been their like thing, is that we're gonna cryogenically freeze all these like pre-war people, and they can fix it when it comes out. That would have been their thing. I don't know what 32's thing was.
I thought that they were doing all right, let's keep 2 vaults that are permanently sort of being kept with Vault-Tec like ideologies, so that we have 2 vaults worth of people that are good.
In total, there were about 18 control vaults, I think. There's 122 vaults in total.
Yeah.
And I think like 18, I want to say 18 of them were like, there is no experiment. This is just where people live underground now. And then the other ones were like, well, they made mention to a bunch of ones that we've seen in-game in that board meeting. Also, I don't know if you know this, president of Robco, the guy with the mustache, is a very important character from
my friend was telling me about that.
Yeah,
it was like Mr. House or whatever?
House, yeah.
What, the guy who's just eyes and a TV screen?
He's a TV screen because his like brain is hooked up to something. And
I mean, I guess that makes sense. But
I don't want to say too much about what Mr. House is, but he's an insanely important character in New Vegas, which maybe would imply there's a reason that Hank is going that way. I don't know for sure, but
I am so glad that Kyle MacLachlan, now he's a villain, but I love Kyle MacLachlan, Hank, Dale Cooper from Twin Peaks, for people who haven't seen Fallout. If you're still listening to the spoiler part of this podcast and you're wondering who that is, sorry, but there's timestamps. I'm so glad that, because when I saw him in the trailers, I was like, oh, he's in a vault. He's probably going to like die or something in episode 1. And I love him, but we won't see him very much. I'm so glad that he wasn't in the season a lot, but that he's going to be a larger part in season 2 as a villain. Because I love him, and I love the whole cast. One of my favorite things when like a live action show hits like this for me is that I then go follow every single person on Instagram and then just like stalk that actor for about a month until my fixation disappears.
Okay,
and I don't mean that literally. There's timestamps. But like I love this cast. This entire cast is so damn great, and the thing I was looking forward to the most was Walton Goggins as the ghoul. And he pretty much played it as Boyd Crowder from Justified, which is what I know him from the most. One of my favorite performances of his. And I am the casting is so good. God, I love him. And he plays...
need subtitles for him sometimes.
And like getting to see him pre-war and post as the ghoul is such an awesome performance from him. I love him.
You know what threw me? Finding out that Lucy's English.
Yeah, she's insanely British.
Why does this keep happening? Where I'm like, I know that, in my mind, there's Hugh Laurie doing House when they're saying, we're never going to hire an English person to be this character. What do you mean he's English? It's like, people just keep showing up, and I'm like, their normal voice is very, very English.
I'm used to it at this point because I've been a Walking Dead fan for about 10 years at this point.
The Andrew Lincoln
basically
effect.
Everyone on The Walking Dead is from England, so... Mm-hmm. That's not true. That's an over-exaggeration, but,
Norman Reedus, famous Brit.
He's our national pride,
I need him to be cast as a British person now in something. I would like to see it, please. If you're listening to this, casting directors of the world, put him in something British.
I'm sad that we're not going to have much more.
Norman Reedus would fit in perfectly.
He would,
Fallout.
just in his normal clothes.
Yeah, just throw him in there.
Just dump him in there.
I need more...
a crossover with Norman Reedus ride. Sorry, I keep it really...
Robot.
Oh man, he was fantastic.
Wasn't Cogsworth, was he?
No, he wasn't.
He just sounds very suitable for that role.
God, Snip Snip might have been my favorite part.
It's so great.
As an IT Crowd fan, anytime I heard that voice, I was like, "It's that guy."
I just like those those robots who are clearly still doing like the right thing, quote unquote, but it's so off. I'm just like, yeah, you know what? This is what I do.
The laugh that came out of me when he was like, "I'm just going to harvest your organs."
Yeah.
Oh, it was so good.
They nailed the looks of that market. Like, as somebody who's playing Fallout 3 very recently, like some of the locations and things that they've nailed, it's really cool to see. And I'm glad I'm playing the games to be able to recognize some of it as a new fan. Lots of little nods and references for people who have played.
Oh, there's tons of huge references in there as well. Like Shady Sands was, I think, a location in Fallout 2. Philly is basically Megaton. Like, their version of Megaton, which is still, to this day, my favorite Fallout location. I absolutely love that place.
That's where I go to sell all my stuff. Even though I have access to other places, I still I go back to my home.
To Megaton, yeah.
Megaton stays around?
If you're not a jackass. Sorry.
No, I think in terms of like aesthetics, I was surprised at, I think there were only a couple of times where I'm like, dude in power armor, you have floating head syndrome and it looks a bit
there was only
naff, but
one thing that made me go, ugh, I don't really like how they've done that, and that was when they did the younger Hank.
Oh my God. Yeah.
I was like, I don't like this.
It's so rare when I like that at all. And like they did it in Star Wars with young Luke and the Mandalorian. And I thought that looked like shit. And like, I very rarely think that looks good. As soon as he came on, I'm like, that's unnatural.
It was
Have you
so
seen... Oh, sorry.
it was just so uncanny and I didn't like it. I don't like it.
Especially having so many hours of like Twin Peaks under my belt of like seeing him actually at that age. It was like, this just looks fucked up. This ain't right. I'm glad it was only on there for like a minute or two because woo.
The only thing that threw me off in that was his hair being very black. Just threw me. Like he never struck me as a black-haired man.
It was his mouth, the way his mouth moved. He looked like, I don't know if you've ever seen Forrest Gump.
Mm.
You know, from a long time ago. It was like when you'd see a celebrity in Forrest Gump and it'd be like, their mouth's moving a bit weird, but it was like 1997, so who cares?
Mm.
I see we haven't gotten much better at that technology.
I mean, I was going to say, have you seen any clips of young Harrison Ford in the new Indiana Jones?
No.
It is scarily good.
Well, it sucked in Fallout.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where there's, 2 or 3 different ways to do de-aging, and depending on how you choose to do it, you get different results, and each of them costs a different amount of money and effort and blah, 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 blah. And if you're only going to have it for like 20 seconds, it's not really...
Yeah, it was just like kind of weird to me because everything else was so good. Like when Bill linked a bunch of stuff in our Discord server about like making the ghoul or whatever, I was like, how did they do his nose? I have to figure out how they did his nose because it looks so good, like always, consistently. It looks like it's not there. I don't understand how they did that. So in my head, I'm thinking, oh, he's got like a green cap on his nose or something, so they could green screen it. He just has a nose when they're filming, and then they go and like, I don't know. TV's insane.
Yeah, that kind of effect work. I was thinking that too. Is actually wild because like I would have assumed something to key it out as well. But yeah, no, it is just his fucking nose, and they somehow just VFX it on his off his face. Like I don't know, and seamlessly. Like, he moves a lot, he shoots a lot, he's jumping around a lot, and there's never any. I assume
because you get like motion tracking in editing software, and I assume a nose is pretty easy to track. I wonder if maybe the like cutout on the mask is an easy shape to because it is close to a well-defined triangle. Easy for whatever these multi-million-dollar companies are using to do it. Impressive though. Like his makeup looked fantastic.
It looked awesome. Yeah.
How does he not get it full of sand?
That's the question.
Did he taste? Could ghouls taste without their nose? Is that a thing?
I mean, he tastes blood.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
And he seems to have been enjoying whatever was on that plate. But
they had that discussion of like with the other ghoul, Roger was his name, where he was like, my favorite thing was mac and cheese. I've not tasted food in forever or whatever. But I don't know if that's just because he's not eaten or.
Yeah,
I took that as he's just not found anything that you would consider
the good
food.
Old days of America, like apple pie. That was a great scene.
Such a great show, though. Like, I honestly was thinking, it's not going to be good. There's no way that they make a good Fallout show. It's going to be super bad, and I'm going to watch it, and I'm going to hate it, and it's going to be terrible. And I loved basically every second of it. I know I'm basic. I don't care. I loved it. It was great.
We live in the era of, so far, knock on, I'll fake wood around me, but there's timestamps. We live in the age of very good adaptations these days, from video games anyway. We live in a post Last of Us.
Let's not talk about The Witcher.
Post Fallout. The Sonic movies people love. The Mario movie was actually good. People are fucking up less, which is nice.
The League of Legends show people
yes, Arcane's really good.
Last of Us.
I think that is one of the things Ebbie mentioned earlier that we got an original story. Because I've seen a lot of conversation online comparing this, like, oh, this is better than The Last of Us, or The Last of Us is better than this, blah, 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 whatever. I do like it more than The Last of Us show. The Last of Us show is fantastic. I'm not going to take anything away from it, but it did retread the entire exact story of the first game, which like I had already experienced. And so it was cool to see it again, but it was really cool to watch this Fallout show and then be able to go, okay, I'm going to finish this show, go sit down, and I'm going to play all of the modern Fallout games, and I'm not getting the same story. Like, people who watched The Last of Us and were like, okay, now I'm going to go play The Last of Us. It got me into the games. You're playing the better version of it. The game is better than the show, but like you're playing the same fucking story. You're getting same big beat again and again. So it was really cool to see them go, no, you know what? This is quote unquote Fallout 5. We're going to do an original story with it, and we're still not going to fuck it up. Which is one of the things with adaptations that's always risky, of like, everyone's like, stick to this, stick to that, stick to this. You have to do this exactly this way. And instead they were like, we're not going to do 3. We're not going to do New Vegas. We're not going to do 4. We're bold enough to go, fuck it. We're going to make a canon extension of Fallout. And I think that is one of the things that makes it so memorable for me and such a success, is that it really is, all intents and purposes, like the next Fallout, which is awesome.
And considering we're still waiting on the next Elder Scrolls, it's going to be a while before we get the next Fallout, so I'm very happy with it. I
saw a TikTok where someone was like, it could realistically be 2035 before we get the next Fallout game, and it's like, oh boy.
Yeah. So by episode 100, you never know.
Yeah.
You're going to say, Kinra? Sorry.
I don't even remember. Probably they were like, you know what? I really want to tell a new Fallout story, but Elder Scrolls 6 is taking its time. Amazon,
dude, I wonder. Yeah, maybe that conversation, might actually have started that way. Of like, man, we ain't getting into this shit for a while. I've seen people say that they want Microsoft to kind of give one of their other studios a shot at making a Fallout game, not a numbered one, but like another New Vegas type situation in between now and whenever, because like you have this franchise that right now is blowing up. The numbers keep going up as far as peak series concurrency. Like it's up to like 200-something thousand, I think, across all games as of this morning. Everyone's getting into the games. Everyone's like, holy shit, this was awesome. And or getting back into the games, you know, people who have already played them going back, because like the vibes are just too strong. It was impossible not to load up a Fallout game after watching that.
And there was a very well-timed Steam sale.
Yeah. Calculated.
I'm insanely curious as to what your opinions on Fallout 3 are in a post-series world.
Yeah. Because
a lot of people actually don't really rate Fallout 3, so...
Yeah, I have that in mind while I'm playing it. So, like, I've always been... by the way, anyone listening, I guess I could timestamp this now as...
Is this back from
spoilers?
Yeah, and into probably Fallout 3.
Spoilers for Fallout 3.
I have nothing to spoil from that, really, as far as... but yes, if you don't want to hear anything at all about Fallout 3... timestamps, just timestamps. So like I've always been like a big Elder Scrolls fan, and I remember renting Fallout 3 when it came out. And the only reason it's memorable for me, this is a hyper tangent, but we got a new HD TV, and my cousin lived with me at the time when he was in college, and we rented Fallout 3. And the game, when you first exit the vault, it's very bright. And my sister at the time, I don't know how old was she, but maybe like 5 or 6. I don't know. She was little. She had scratched the TV a lot. We didn't know this. And everyone was sitting in the living room watching my cousin and I play Fallout. And when we left the vault, it's like really bright, like the sky. You could see the scratches on the TV. They're deep as shit. And my dad's just sitting there like, what the fuck is that? And I'm just like, I don't see anything. I don't see what you're talking about. I was trying to make it diffuse the situation. It's a very memorable moment for me, because my sister would just walk up to Elmo on the TV and just like pet him, I guess. I don't know what the hell she was doing, but
just gouge his eyes out,
scratching the shit out of that TV. But yeah, so I've always like dabbled in this game, and I've for some reason have never made it past like getting the megaton, defusing the whole bomb situation. And like from there, I would just never play it further. And I don't know, it wasn't a gameplay thing because like clearly like I love Oblivion, I love Morrowind, Skyrim. Like I like the Bethesda template. It's never been a problem with that. I've always assumed like maybe it's just I'm not interested in Fallout lore or the story or whatever. So the show, like getting all of this lore and like all these looks into different areas of Fallout story, I'm like, oh man, this stuff's really interesting. And I got 3 games sitting over there to like dive into where all this stuff is present, all these stories, and I got to go back and try it. And like starting up Fallout 3 post show, I have like 30 some hours into it since then. And it's so good. It's so good. Now I'm aware there's a large contingency online who is very pro New Vegas, very anti 3, very anti 4. Some people live in that space. If that's your prerogative, whatever makes you happy. But like, I'm loving the shit out of this. It is so good. And the more I play it, the more I'm like, yeah, they nailed this in the show. Like, I'm having a blast. And I haven't done much main story stuff yet, admittedly, which is part of the course for anything Bethesda. But I haven't even made it to Rivet City yet. So I have 30 hours in the game, which is kind of fucked up, I guess. But
I mean, you say that you bounced off 3 the first time despite enjoying Oblivion, Morrowind, Skyrim. That is how I ended up playing Fallout 3 for the first time, because my dad played a lot of Oblivion and Morrowind in front of us. I was like, oh, Dad, this game is from the same people. Merry Christmas. And he started playing it. He just did not enjoy it. And so it became mine.
Merry Christmas, me.
Yeah. Well, not immediately. It took a little while. And he's like, yeah, it's just not for me.
It's really cool to see the East Coast. I'll let you go there, and then I'm going to go on my tangent.
I was going to go on the opposite tangent of my stepdad really loved Fallout 1 and 2. And I remember getting my Xbox 360 because basically I played Fallout when I was at uni and I didn't have my own 360. So I bought one and got it set up, and he was like, is this what Fallout looks like now? And he didn't really jive with 3 but loved New Vegas. So he was like the Fallout fan, because he was into like old PC games, I guess, that I have not played still. So
is the general online vibe New Vegas is the only good Bethesda? Well, it's not even Bethesda, but the only good modern Fallout.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Like, if you like Fallout 1 and 2, then New Vegas is the only good one. But if you like Bethesda games, then they're all decent. Like, I think a lot of people just have a problem with the general stuff that they have a problem with in Bethesda games.
Yeah.
Which I don't really get, because I'm kind of like Bill. I enjoy the Bethesda template, unless it's Starfield.
No one makes games like them. I don't understand people who criticize them so heavily for the style of game they make, and that they do it multiple times, or that they make the same game over and over again. It's like, yeah, because first of all, it takes them 40 years to make a game, so we don't get them that often. But also, nobody makes open worlds like this to this day. Like, no one does it the exact way Bethesda does it. And so, like, I love that formula. It's my favorite.
Got to cherish it when you get it, because we don't get it very often.
Not at all. I think that's why I'm so giddy and excited at this moment in time. Like, I'm really happy. I have this mindset with old games sometimes where it's like, I'm really glad it's current me who got into it. Like, I had that with Final Fantasy a few years ago, where it's like, I'm really glad it's 30-year-old Billy who's playing these, because I don't think like 24-year-old Billy would be really enjoying this the way that I am now. And like, same right now, this point in time, it's like fate. Like, the show comes out, and like current me in my current mindset in my current life, like, this is hitting the spot in a way that, like, I'm really happy 32-year-old me gets to enjoy Fallout 3 through 4 for the first time. in this way. And I'm having a blast with them.
I'm glad. I'm just really glad to hear that, because I've been on my Fallout 3 bullshit for like 12 years now or something like that. Like, I really love Fallout 3. It's probably my favorite of the Fallout games I've played, so I'm glad you're having a good time with it, even though it's ancient and the gunplay is basically unplayable if you don't use that. But
and now you understand hacking better?
Yeah.
Thanks to Ebbie LP.
Yep. Don't look that up. Thank you.
Timestamps, links in the description.
No.
But I actually don't have all that much to say on it, detailed wise. Besides that, like, I'm having a great time with it, and I really love the atmosphere of it, which I think is one of the things that Fallout games are always so good at doing. And, you know, the old music is always such a staple with Fallout, which is something they nailed in the show. Is including a lot of songs from the games.
I was watching the show with someone, and every time a song came on, I would just like burst out into song. And like, how do you know literally all of these songs? And I'm like, I played a lot of Fallout. What can I say?
It's really cool. Two of them.
Oh, I can't play Fallout unless I have the old timey radio station on.
I was waiting.
You're not listening to Fiddle Radio.
No, I don't listen to Fiddle Radio. I got to listen to the ones that make me happy. Like, you got to have the ink spots on in the background, or otherwise the game is actually really a bit too scary for me. Like,
that's the other really big positive I have with the game is like, I turned the radio off for a little bit, because like I always have it on, and like it's hard to ever get scared when you've got like he's hacking and smacking the meat. Like if that's playing, it's like I can't be scared of what the game's showing me. It's impossible. When you turned it off, I don't know if they get a lot of credit for this or not. I haven't read a lot of Fallout game discourse in the weeds, like the nitty gritty, but that's a really nailed in 3. I'm talking about 3, by the way, people with timestamps. They really nailed the ambience and like the sound design and atmosphere in this game. It's fucking terrifying. Like you go in the metro tunnels or like an abandoned hospital or like an old hotel or whatever, and like the sounds are excellent. It's a really cool, moody game. You got to turn the radio back on so you don't poop yourself, but really cool. Unexpected aspect that I fell in love with there.
I guess we haven't recorded since. How is the Bethesda experience going from Starfield to Fallout 3? Or have you not really
I mean,
noticed? So
that's actually a funny comparison, because Starfield, and for the record, I like Starfield, but it doesn't do the things well that Bethesda typically does well. So going from Starfield to Fallout, it doesn't really feel like a regression. It like feels like, you know, the year gap in between these games is immense, but going backwards to it feels, it makes you realize what Starfield did poorly, in comparison. Obviously things like the gunplay in Starfield's pretty good. Most of the moment to moment movement and gameplay stuff in Starfield's fine. But when you feel that spark again from Fallout 3 of like, oh, this is why I loved Elder Scrolls, or this is why I loved playing, you know, whatever out of Bethesda, it does make you realize what Starfield did wrong, and it doesn't feel like a regression. It feels more like I'm back doing what I like doing, because like in a perfect world, the planets in Starfield would have felt like this slice of the wasteland or something, with this many things to do and this many things to explore. Instead, they went proc gen with it, and like you can tell, and it's very obvious. They basically took their Radiant quest system and went, make it land. And it's like, all right, that's kind of not what I want out of you. Turned out Starfield's main quest was what I liked actually in their games, which is, again, unusual, because I don't usually give a shit about the main quest in a Bethesda game. Or not that I don't give a shit, but it's not usually like, this is why I recommend you play it. Like, so yeah, it hasn't felt much like going back in time. It feels more like, I hope the next game feels like this. I hope the Starfield DLC feels like this.
The only like backwards bit would be it's a 15-year-old game.
Yeah. I mean, visually and the gunplay, like the moment to moment, like bits and bobs, I'm interacting with it type stuff. Yeah, that does feel old, but everything else about it feels better than Starfield does. At least in the things that I want out of a Bethesda world. I guess the only thing, if I were to complain about anything, it's an Oblivion problem too. It's not a problem with Fallout 3 specifically. It's just that the waypoint marker sucks my ass. And this is before they indicated if something is upstairs or downstairs, like they did in Skyrim, or like outside or inside. It's always just a solid freaking arrow. And especially when I'm like, okay, how do I get here? I have to go through the metro tunnels. Okay, let me go find exactly what metro tunnel I have to get into. I don't know if they all connect or some of them connect or not. Some of them are cordoned off. Some of that is a little annoying, but like I like exploring the metro tunnels though, personally. Like actually getting in there and running around in them. I liken it a lot to Tartarus in Persona 3. Which is funny because like it's nothing alike, but I don't know. It reminds me of the idea of like, I'm just going to run straight and shoot shit and pick stuff up out of a box. And I like that caveman simplicity. So I don't mind the metro tunnels themselves. It's just figuring out where to go, how to do it. And the waypoint marker being a little bastard sometimes. My only complaint with the game, but otherwise, yeah, everything else is pretty positive.
Nice.
I'm glad. Really, really glad, because I was a little bit... I don't know why I was concerned about you going back to an old Bethesda game when, like, Morrowind is your favorite game ever.
Yeah,
I'm glad to hear it.
I've got a good... I feel good about putting myself in the mindset to play something older. That's why, like, I always... Like, my friend just got to... Final Fantasy. He wanted to platinum Final Fantasy VII Remake before he played Rebirth. He still hasn't started Rebirth. And I'm like, dude, you can't do that. You just play the new fucking game. You already beat Remake twice. You don't need to do this. And he's like, but if I play the new one and then go back to platinum this, I won't be able to adjust. And I'm always like, I don't have a problem with that ever. Like going backwards. It doesn't usually bother me as much.
Yeah.
Like I can kind of, after like a few days, you kind of just go, okay, yeah, I'm missing shit, but it is what it is. You get used to it.
No, I don't think I can go back to Breath of the Wild.
Is this your attempt at a segue, Kinross?
No. It was relevant, so I said
it. Because we can.
I just want to say, before we move on from the Fallout talk, I have never beaten Fallout New Vegas, and I think I am pretty tempted to like go back and do so, even though it was probably my least favorite modern Fallout experience because I played it on the Xbox 360. So I don't know if you've ever played a Bethesda game, but essentially you'll end up with like 7,000 save files. Yeah. And that made the load times in New Vegas like 15 minutes long. They were insanely long. Like you could go and do other stuff while you were waiting for the game to load. So I just like never beat it because I couldn't be bothered with skating through loading screens. But if it works on PC, I think I might actually beat the game.
Yeah, I did. Because I'm like, I know I'm going to be fixated on this for a bit. So I installed New Vegas on my PC, and there's like a little guide or whatever to like get it patched up with mods so that it isn't a buggy mess. Because apparently, even installed nowadays, officially patched, it can still crash a lot. But there's like a Viva New Vegas thing or whatever it's called that like takes you through like, hey, install these bug fix mods, install this patch, you're good to go. Your game shouldn't ever have a bug ever again. So I set all that up. It didn't take too long. I could link you to that.
Yeah, do that.
I can't believe they deleted all the rad roaches.
I mean, I'm not going to play it anytime soon because I need to play Final Fantasy IX before Dawn Trail comes out. So
nice.
It'll be in the future, but I do want to like go back because I never beat the game.
I mean, at the very least, even if it does generate a bajillion save files, at least on PC, it should be easier to delete the ones you don't need anymore.
Well, the thing was, at the time, I didn't know what was causing it. I was just like, these loading screens are really long. Like, they're really, really long. And it's the only game that's ever, like, crashed my Xbox 360. Like, had to turn it off at the PowerPoint sort of crash. Because I just started sinking through the floor and then the Xbox wouldn't do anything. So I don't have, like, a great memory of New Vegas, but I'm in the mood, and I tried playing Fallout 4, and I was like, I don't remember what I'm doing, and I'm gonna have to start again to remember what I'm doing. So I'd rather just like do New Vegas rather than 4 at the minute.
That's fair.
Anyway, you were saying about Breath of the Wild.
Ken Ross, why is it so hard to go back to Breath of the Wild after playing Tears of the Kingdom?
Because Tears of the Kingdom's real good.
It is quite good, man. It's been, you know what's fucked up is, okay, so it's been 2 years since we recorded. So anyone listening to this, let me timestamp this. This is timestamp, by the way, everyone listening. I'll stop that running joke. I promise. I won't keep that going the entire episode. I promise. I can't even call it a running joke. It's just me being a dick. But It's been almost a year since that game came out. How does that feel?
Bad.
Yeah.
I still haven't played it.
I know. I know how long I played that game because I recorded every minute of it. And I played about 210 hours of it.
How big was that file?
Well, it's many files. It's not.
How big is that folder?
Single. If you want me to actually find out, I can have a hunt around.
I'm curious. Well, you can find out later. You don't have to do it right now.
And just thinking back on that week before where it leaked, and it's like, is the leak real? Is it not? And it's like, nope, it's definitely real. It definitely. Now be careful. It feels like so long ago. There are still things in the game that I kind of wish that they'd done a little bit differently. In terms of they're sticking with you can do dungeons in whatever order you want, but there is a recommended order. So there's still the element of story, but mechanically everything is so much better, and just the realization of being able to go from world height limit to world depth limit without any problem. It was nuts.
I was thinking about this the other day because when you put it on the rundown, I was like, oh, we're going to talk about Tears of the Kingdom. How do I feel about it? Because like since Tears of the Kingdom, I've played a bunch of other games that are like just absolute landmark, unbelievable experiences, you know, stuff like Baldur's Gate, Rebirth, like Infinite Wealth, like games that like, oh, these are 10 out of 10's favorites like ever. I still hold firm on my opinion that I think from a, like looking at it as a video game, I think this is the best video game I've ever played. It's not my favorite video game. I think it's possible to make that distinction. But I do think that from like just a pure ingenuity standpoint of like people sat down like mad wizards and like, okay, all of this shit does this, and it's going to take us a while, but we're going to get it right. And we're going to let you play with these things on the ground, in the sky, and down below. And your limits kind of don't exist, at least beyond what the play space where it lets you go. Yeah. You know, invisible walls or whatever. You can't leave Hyrule, but within the confines of their playground, you pretty much have very few moments where you go, oh, I'm going to try this, and it doesn't work, or like it works, but it doesn't work the way you'd want it to, but like it works. And just like wow.
My favorite clip is of me, like it's a shrine where they clearly want you to just make a boat out of some logs. And yes, I could do that and be done in like 30 seconds. but instead I spent 15 minutes making a 25 log long bridge and positioning it so that I could just walk across the water. And it just tickles me. Like, everything in that game felt good. The story was better than Breath of the Wild, but I would have liked a little bit more. I would have liked a little bit more of Handman. Just like companion type stuff. But
yeah, the as far as like story stuff, like I really like the final chapter was incredible. I won't get into I'm not going to super spoil every single thing we talk about today, but there are timestamps, by the way, everybody, if you are listening to this and you don't know anything about Tears of the Kingdom. But I won't super spoil. I'm not going to say Ebbie hasn't played it. That's why I was just going to say I'm not going to spoil the game. I'm not going to spoil the game. But I'm just going to allude to the fact that, like, I think the final act, final boss, that entire moment is my favorite moment in a Zelda game. My favorite moment between the two modern Switch Zelda games, and just one of my favorite moments in general. Like the usage of music and just like the boss arena, where you go and how you do it and everything. Oh, it is so fucking cool, man. Oh my God.
So I accidentally fell down a hole whilst I was exploring. And I was like, I wonder where this goes. And I accidentally ended up in the boss arena.
I initiated the end of the game, like hours and hours. I did the same thing, I think, man. I was like, this it lets me in here.
Reload.
It lets me in here. I might as well check it out. And then like it starts the final boss cutscene, and I'm like, I have like 3 dungeons left. What the fuck? Yeah. Get me out of here. Yeah. You can do this? Like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. I really loved all the... I think one of the big complaints with it for a lot of people was that it reused the Breath of the Wild overworld map. It was a thing people had a hard time getting over. But I always like continuity like that. The same reason I like Kamurocho, the same reason I like Sotenbori. Like I like being able to go, I'm going back to this place again and visiting it, and there's changes, and like I'm seeing recurring characters and recurring side plots like Terrytown and stuff. And like it's really cool to get a big budget game that does that, because it's very rare, and it's one of the big reasons why games take so long is that developers, well, this one took a while, but developers always feel the need to, I got to build an entire new fucking map. It's like, you don't have to if you don't want to. You could find a reason to reuse it if you want. I don't mind. As a Yakuza fan, it's built into my DNA. But I really appreciated that aspect of this game because it felt cozy to me. Like when I bring up Terrytown, or I bring up Kakariko, or the other village. Get Ross, what's the other fucking village?
What, the Gerudo Town? Or the Zora's Domain?
God damn it.
Oh, Hateno.
Yes, thank you. I'm like seeing, how those things are progressing and reacting to everything that's going on in a post-calamity state. Like, I just loved the world in Tears of the Kingdom. I loved helping the construction dude put up his signs, man, and finding out
so bad at his job.
It's so funny, man. Like, I love that game.
I think I said that the story was a bit but I think my 2 biggest disappointments, I guess, are that the sky isn't as involved as marketing would necessarily have led you to believe. Like, I enjoyed all of the stuff that I was doing in the sky, but I felt like there was going to be a bit more. And on the note of revisiting the world, I know it would have been a nightmare for them to do when they're already trying to recreate everything that they're doing. But it would have been nice if having saved data and having done certain side quests would have influenced how, because some characters act like they've never seen you before.
Yeah.
And others are like, oh my God, Link, it's you. And I'm like, I know for a fact I've not helped you. How do you know me? But those are like minor things. Mechanically, it is 100%
Just thinking about it makes me want to play it again, man. It really does. It's sad that there's no DLC coming for it. But I guess I get it. They're preparing a new console. It's like, we're not going to... Maybe
also the last time they were trying to make DLC, it took them 6 years.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they're like, we don't want to start that again. We'll end up making the third game in the series, and like we don't want to, go into it that way. But it does beg the question of where does the series go after this? Yeah. That's the big conversation that has been had over the last year. Is like, because I forget the exact quote, but I thought they said that this is kind of the blueprint for the series going forward in a way that they don't really feel the need to go backwards. Not that it'll be like
which bits of that.
But yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, what does that mean?
Ultra Hand or like powers wise, you'd have to come up with new stuff. But then you've spent 6 years making this stick anything to anything, and
it'll be hard to go backwards from that.
Which is why I can't play Breath of the Wild now.
I like that you came full circle. Congratulations, Kinross. That's a good, this podcasting professionalism right there. That's good stuff. Episode 50.
It took us a while,
but because like you're mentioning about the shrines, building the long bridge, like I solved a lot of, you could do this in Breath of the Wild too, but like I solved a lot of shrines in ways that were absolutely not the intended method to solve the shrine. And you could do some absolutely stupid shit in Tears of the Kingdom to solve anything, helping the construction guy put his signs up. Like I built a preset thing that I would always use, the box around the sign, and like it was ugliest garbage, just abomination known to man, but it worked. And I didn't use the pieces they gave me. I used whatever I had, and like do that for everything. Like moving the freaking Koroks to where they want to go. Those are my least favorite open world activities. I'm not a big fan of those personally.
Strap a rocket to them.
But like I would always do the dumbest shit to accomplish that. And I just loved exploring that game. It's very good. I'm glad you wanted to talk about it, because I feel bad for it in a weird way, because like it really is really special, and I feel like it was forgotten about as soon as Baldur's Gate came out. Like in the media's eyes.
It was did Elden Ring come out like a couple of months after as well?
Elden Ring was the year prior.
The year before. Okay.
Elden Ring stole the wind out of Horizon sales again. That was the I wonder what else came out that year. But Ragnarok. It was Tears of the Kingdom year was Resident Evil 4 remake, Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate,
Alan Wake.
I don't remember what else, but good year.
Yeah, good game, and I probably am going to end up going back to it.
Do you have any plans to revisit it, Ebbie? To go back in there and
please do, Ebbie.
Give it a second shot.
Okay, so the reason I've not played it is because I played what I would describe as a metric shit ton of Genshin Impact over like lockdown and stuff. I guess it was after lockdown. Either way. And I was so burnt out on the formula that I started playing Tears of the Kingdom and was like, nah, I'm just not feeling this. I'll come back when I'm feeling it. And I'm still not feeling it, to be honest with you. I just am a little bit over the formula as of this moment, but that won't be forever, I don't think.
That's a fair look, and that's why the conversation of like what's next is such an interesting one, because like if it really is Breath of the Wild 3, like in everything but, maybe world, maybe they'll pick a new Hyrule to do it in. I do wonder if fatigue will set in a larger way for like the masses this time around. Because like, that Breath of the Wild style open world is kind of showing up everywhere. In a lot of indie projects and non-indie projects, we had Ubisoft's take on it. Why do I forget so many fucking game names,
Immortal Rising.
Tall something. Chia. That PlayStation game where like you're on an island. It's very similar to Breath of the Wild. You'll know if I showed it to you, but it was at a bunch of showcases. But yeah, it's like that style of open world did actually, crop up through influence. So it's not as novel as it once was conceptually.
Yeah.
That's why I think it was so important for them to really break shit open with the powers in this one, because like it actually made the formula have a bit of ingenuity thrown back into it, like an unsolved nature to it, which was nice.
I would 100% always forget that recall is an option for solving puzzles, though.
Same, yeah. Never use it.
So there are shrines where you have to use recall, and I'm like staring at it for 20 minutes, being like, "What the hell am I meant?" Oh wait. In answer of the question of how big is my recording folder, it is 850 gigs.
Holy shit!
You could install Starfield like 7 times with that.
Yeah. It's spread across 3 drives.
You got to make a big travelogue. You got to make a big documentary of your time through.
I mean, that's what I was saving it for. I was like, man, I might need this for Goaty videos. Or when we do our spoiler cast for background footage.
Do like a really cool narration on it, like make it like Planet Earth.
Look, my personal mission in that game from about 25 hours in was I want to know what is at coordinate 00. And every time I started to go there, I'd be distracted by something in the distance. And then it would be 20 hours later. I'd be like, I'm supposed to be going to 00.
That's still the thing that I love the most about Tears of the Kingdom. And this is a thing in Breath of the Wild too. And if I'm going to talk about more open worlds, Elden Ring as well. Is that like I really do love the extreme lack of marker direction anywhere at all. It does mean you might miss a lot of things, but it is really cool to turn the game on and sit down and go, all right, I don't know exactly what I'm going to be doing, but I guess I'll find out, like versus, like this isn't me segueing, but playing like Rise of the Ronin, where like, the entire map is just covered in shit. And it's like, all right, I know exactly what I'm doing when I turn it on next time. I'm going to do that. Whereas Tears of the Kingdom, it's like, all right, I got one yellow dot in the corner and a whole bunch of shit in between me and it. So let's just see what happens. And, 5 hours later, I'm in a cave in the entire opposite southeastern direction and, trying to throw a rock at a lizard off a wall or something. And
God damn those sticky grip lizards. I hate them.
And I don't remember what I was actually wanting to do. And, I always felt like I was doing something I shouldn't be doing. And like, that was a fun way to explore. Like when you first like discover the depths and it's like, oh, wow, this is massive down here. Should I be down here yet? I don't know. And then, you keep going and it's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be, but I'm doing it anyway. And like, it's really up to you.
Can we just stop recording and I can go play now?
Yeah, sure. Goodbye, everybody. That was episode 50 of the Permadeath Podcast. There's timestamps.
No, I'll wait.
But yeah, cool to talk about again, though. Anything else you want to say about Kinross before?
There was, and now I've forgotten it.
Think about it. Zelda, Sheikah.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to what they do next.
Guns.
They're closer to. I think when we did a video on Breath of the Wild, I was like, this is my favorite mechanical game. And if they put the story level of Wind Waker in, it would be like actual. I would call this a 10 out of 10.
Legendary.
It's closer, but it's still not quite that.
Yeah, them explaining the whole rigmarole every time you do a dungeon is pretty. I wish the game had detected that I've already done dungeons and they could skip that whole fucking scene.
Or it's actually different.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, I think that's just a consequence of them doing it the way that they are. I think whoever animated Ganondorf's face that one time, maybe try again.
I know what you're talking about.
Have we shown you that GIF, Ebbie?
I don't think so.
Okay, it's not a spoiler, but I'm going to show you this Ganondorf clip.
Okay.
And of course, it's the first thing that comes up when I search for Ganondorf grin.
Ooh, oh no.
I'll put that. I timestamped it. I'll put that on the screen.
I don't like that.
It's just the weird, like everything else in that scene is actually really powerful and really good. And then his face just goes.
Nah, it looks like something that was made in Gmod. I don't like that.
Exactly.
It does.
I don't like that at all.
Yeah. The final boss battle, very intense, very satisfying,
amazing.
Very. Oh,
I actually thought I was fucked, man, because I was like out of healing items. I like ate all my food and like I had my weapons broken, and I'm like, well, I guess I'm just not beating this. I guess, but the indomitable human spirit carried me through.
I have remembered what I was going to say, but it is a horrific spoiler, so I can't.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Is there a way for me to say this without it being a spoiler?
I feel like if you have to ask,
to just like mute. I'll just definitely
mute it. Yeah.
Let me timestamp this big Tears of the Kingdom spoiler.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah. We'll ping you, and then Bill can decide
if you're a listener
stays in the episode or not.
Timestamps. This is not a joke. This time, check it out.
All right, be right back.
If you're listening in your car, please don't risk your life. Just turn your volume down.
There was a beat that happened in the story that I wish that they'd stuck to their guns on.
Zelda?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it would have. I loved the whole what was the button prompt? Press A to save her, press A to grab her, press A to catch her or something. I really liked that moment. But I do think that there would have been a massive just the poignancy of that sticking, of them keeping that, what her fate is, would have been really dark and memorable, but also like heroic in a weird way. Like, I don't know. That whole plot point is incredible.
Yeah, like I get it. I think that it is one of those where both versions are fine. But if you're leaning more to, I wish that this took a more serious, darker route, considering we've got Ganondorf back, it is weird to go that way.
Yeah, and you know what it tells me? It tells me that we're not done with this version of Zelda and Link.
That's what I figured as well. It's like, okay, if you're gonna do another one, you need this setup, but third one could have been about Link coming to terms. Yeah,
I mean, yeah, a Zelda game like where she's not really in it, at least physically, or like in the way that you'd expect, would be a really cool story to explore, for sure. That is, maybe they'll actually let us play as her this time, maybe. Who knows?
No.
We can get Ebbie back, though, I think.
Yeah.
So I can come back there.
And that's why Beedle is actually...
It's really crazy how buffy and evil he gets. Yeah, when his arms turn into rocket launchers, and
no, not this.
He says like, "I work for Vault-Tech."
No, not the crossover. If you told me
it was a crazy,
crossover, I would have played it.
Link gets a Pip-Boy instead of a Sheikah Slate.
Oh man,
that was longer than I was expecting.
Yeah, it ended up being a little like an offshoot tangent about that as well. So
I started realizing like halfway through my sentence, I'm like, I gotta shut the fuck up because Ebbie's over there muted. I gotta not carry this on very long.
Yeah, Ebbie's like, did you guys forget to tell me that I can come back? And we're like 4 games deep.
Yeah, Final Fantasy. All I gotta say about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
I missed it all. I'll see you guys next time.
See you in 2 years. No, when the mood strikes you, Ebbie, I hope that it devours your life.
Thank you.
In a good way. I hope that you end up with 850 gigabytes of video footage without even the fact that I hope I
don't have 850 gigabytes.
I took the week off work that it came out, and I think 80 hours of my playtime were in that first week. And then the second week, I was like, I've played more of this than I've been at work. I don't understand how this is physically possible. I need to shut up about this game.
That's how I felt about Rebirth.
I can't remember the last time I was this hyped for a game.
I love that you love it so much, Kinross, because like you said earlier in the show, I know you're probably joking, but maybe you weren't joking that you don't love things. But it's always nice when I could tell you do.
It doesn't happen very often.
Because it was a great moment playing that game and talking to people about it as we were playing it. Like it was a really nice 2023 point in time. And like my cousin Vin, like Nick's brother, people listening have no fucking clue what I'm talking about. But I'm, for context for you two, he's a big Zelda fan, and like he had a hard time getting into Breath of the Wild, and then it just clicked for him and he got obsessed with it. And then, day one, Tears of the Kingdom, and just sharing the joy of exploring that game with him was a lot of fun, and it's a good time. It was a good, memorable time.
It's criminal that the soundtrack's not been released.
It's absolutely insane. What the hell?
Is the soundtrack as good as Breath of the Wild?
Yeah, I think it's better.
So it does use some stuff from Breath of the Wild as repeats, and I think a couple of things from Age of Calamity as well. But the stuff that it does new is great.
Exceptionally good, yeah. And that's why like I can just definitively quickly say it's better, because like it does have a lot of Breath of the Wild already in it, which is already good. Yeah. And then like the new stuff is fantastic. So yeah, it's like a sequel to the soundtrack.
I mean, the meme that I made for myself last year is still my alarm clock of Yerrat Town's theme, because there was that moment where it's like, what if all the game music is just backwards and there's an evil version of Tarry Town?
Is that Tarry Town but backwards?
Yeah. So it's just the Tarry Town theme played backwards. It's my alarm clock theme.
The music in Lookout Landing that evolves throughout the story. My favorite song in the game, as it gets more horns and more drums as the game goes on. Like it's just such a cool theme. I always loved going back there as like a home base, and it reminded me of, there's a few versions of it that remind me very heavily of Animal Crossing, which for obvious reasons. But I didn't know a soundtrack wasn't like released. What the hell? What the fuck?
Yeah, like the only reason that I would think that they were holding it back is if they were doing DLC, because the Breath of the Wild soundtrack didn't release until the DLC was all out. But they're not doing DLC. So all we have is questionably legal rips that don't have proper track names.
Nope. People just guess.
No, it's just the file name.
So people don't even do so, because Square fans will just guess the names of tracks. Like I was looking up 7 Rebirth songs before the soundtrack was officially out, and like now the soundtrack's out, the song names are entirely fucking different than whatever the hell people were putting on YouTube.
Yeah, no, it's just like Harrytown day _ version _ 1A. Oh, my favorite. Yeah. I'm probably done with Zelda now.
You heard it here first. Never playing another Zelda game ever again.
I'm done talking about
it. I guess we can go from one big game to the next big game. Want to talk about Rebirth, Ebbie?
Can't hear me because my microphone's not picking me up, but yes.
There we go.
Spoil it all for me, baby.
So I will timestamp this. People listening at home, if you don't want to hear anything about Rebirth, I'm not allowing us to shackle ourselves in any way on this. I'm just going to talk about it with Ebbie. If you don't want to hear spoilers on it, I'm not going to just immediately start talking about like then the end, but like there's a major like talking point around this second game that like for obvious reasons like needs to be talked about because like it needs to. And so like you can't, in my opinion, have a podcast conversation about this game without a little bit of spoiler spice. So apologies if you were looking forward to hearing us just say generalizations about the game, but timestamps in the description if you don't want to hear anything about Rebirth. Yeah, Eris. I called her Eris. Oh my God. I'm quitting. I'm trying to end the episode off. I'm quitting. Goodbye, everybody.
You like my friend Paul? He still calls her Eris because he played it when it had the terrible translation, and he just like never got out of the habit of it.
I haven't done that in forever. Holy shit.
Anyway, you were talking about Aerith, best character.
Aerith dies. Still. Yeah. So it's complicated, I guess. But one of the big things going into this game was like, they're changing things. There's multiverse. There's all this shit going on. Will Aerith die? And yeah. In our current remake timeline, she's still dead. Obviously, Aerith will still probably be playing a major part in the third game.
Oh, it's exciting now because I'm not spoiled on anything past this,
and that's
so I have
very
no
cool.
idea what's gonna happen.
That's exciting because I love. I don't watch a lot of reaction videos, but I love friend reactions. So like I'm always excited. That's why I'm always trying to like force shit on people. Like play this fucking game. Play this game. Oh, you caught up yet? Play this game. That's why I love like my sister playing Yakuza. It's like just going down and get coffee every morning while she's downstairs and like, all right, hit me. What did you do? Where are you up to? I love just hearing people's shit. So like not being spoiled at all on, because like the Aerith death is like the spoiler. Like that's the thing. Yeah. It's like Luke is Vader's son. That
is a weird way to say that. Spoiler.
I know, dude. I thought about that too. Oh, fuck! I quit. It was coming out of my mouth, and I'm going. No one says it that way.
Died by Snape.
Anyway, that's like the famous one that like I think everybody with a pulse knows, and but it's actually not even the biggest reveal in this story. It's always like the midpoint. So it's like it's like not knowing like the actual big stuff is awesome, and like I'm really excited for you because like they're actually doing and I know like some people will probably debate this, but I actually think they're doing a fairly faithful recreation of most of the main story bits from the original game. They're not lying when they come out and say like, oh yeah, we're not really changing the story of Final Fantasy VII. There are possibilities and things going on that can change it, but like largely where we keep ending up is usually where the story is at this point in 7. And like a lot of the big moments, stuff like Corel and Baron in its past, like all that stuff is like they're hitting it all. And so like, which tells me that like all the amazing shit in the third act of 7 is like, they're going to hit it all. And so like anybody who hasn't played the original is like, we're going to have a goddamn great time.
Is this, did I talk to you about it? Like, I know this stuff somehow, right, Bill?
Yeah, you DM'd me about it.
Yeah. Because I have a loose grip on reality.
And I felt bad. I felt bad telling you, but you were like, I don't care, just tell me. I'm like, okay.
I mean, I'm not going to play the games.
You want to know?
so somehow I have picked up.
Kinross knows the story of Final Fantasy VII. But it's always interesting because one of the conversations around it, and I want to ask you specifically, Ebbie, because like you are someone who hasn't played the original. One thing I always see online is like, oh, you shouldn't be playing this, or like I wonder what people who haven't played the original think, or or like are they having as much fun, or are they getting this or that or whatever? And like I don't think it's that big of a deal. If you haven't played it, like I'm not seeing anything where it's like, oh, you won't know what the fuck's going on. Like,
and I understand what's going on in the story as of now, and
like it's interesting. That's why I want to hear from you on this specifically, because I don't know many people who haven't played it in my personal circle. So you are the only one, I think, besides Kinross, who now also knows the story.
I tried to play the original. I don't know if you remember back in remake days, I was like, I'm so curious as to what's going to happen. I have to play the original, and then I bought it on the Switch and just didn't gel with it at all. I think I'm figuring out very slowly that I just don't like how combat plays out in old Final Fantasy games, which is a shame because I'm going to be playing 9 very soon.
And that's a couple of games later, so they might have improved.
I think it's the same sort of like it's not it's turn-based, but it's not, because you have to wait for like your gauges to refill, and you have to do like stuff. You have to be kind of fast at menuing and stuff, and I'm just not. I might get better with like practice or whatever, but I don't know. It makes me feel slow. So I knew that there was a very, very big possibility that Aerith was gonna die. And I really wanted them to change it because she's my favorite character in most Final Fantasy games that I've played, to be honest. I really, really love her. And I'd seen, because I've seen Advent Children before, I'd seen the scene where they sort of like bury her in the lake, I guess. And I was like, if she does die, I'm really looking forward to that scene specifically. And then they didn't do that, so yeah, I liked it. I'm trying to remember all of the story stuff that happened because it felt like a really wild ride.
It's a lot. It was a lot. It was long.
And I didn't do most of the side stuff either.
And I'm glad you are a living example that it's possible to beat this goddamn game without doing all that stuff. Because all I see online is people saying this game is this game is bloated, they got to cut all this stuff out. But all I tell these people is don't do the stuff. Just don't do it. Yeah.
I think my opinion on like game bloat or whatever is if it's optional, I don't care.
Yeah,
like I just don't do it. Like it's good for people who want to do it because then they have more game. But I was like, I have to mainline this game and finish the story as fast as possible because everyone is playing this game and it's going to get spoiled for me, like either way. And the big question everyone had is like, oh, does Aerith still die? And I was like, I don't want to get that spoiled for me, so I have to beat this game before literally anyone else in my friend circle so it doesn't get spoiled for me. So it was like a week of me playing this game, and it was a fever dream from start to finish, to be honest. Like, you go through so many places in Rebirth that I wasn't expecting.
Remake, which is in one place.
It is such a stark contrast, and that's why like I wouldn't want the game to ever be any less than what we got. And that's always my response to like the criticism of it's too big or it's too much or whatever, is that like, I mean, this is Final Fantasy VII. I mean, like this is, the world's big. There's a lot of places and like you can't condense it into a tiny little Play-Doh overworld like you can on the PS1 or without it being ridiculous. So like, yeah, the world's huge. And
that was the thing. I had like no idea. Like I knew about Midgar, and people had mentioned Calm to me when talking about like what's going to happen in Rebirth. But I didn't know any of the other places. I didn't know about the Gold Saucer. I didn't know about Costa del Sol. I didn't know about Junon. I knew nothing going into this.
So how does it, like, is it a single overworld or is it like, oh, you fast travel to different pockets and?
No, it's like chunks.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you could travel between the zones seamlessly, I believe, but I don't see why you'd ever do that.
No. I felt like once I was done in a place, I sort of never went back to it.
Yeah.
I guess you don't have a flying car in 7.
In the third one, you're a fucking airship.
You do have a plane, so...
Okay.
That's one thing I'm looking forward to. I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but I'm just thinking about
jumping ahead to the next game.
I'm thinking about the third game a little bit, and just having an airship. And we talked about it with Tears of the Kingdom and everything. And like, I'm sure a lot of people will be upset about it, but like, we're going to be revisiting a lot of the same zones probably. There's going to be new zones too, but we're going to be revisiting some of them, but they'll be different, and we'll have an airship to get between them, and it'll be really neat to see how they handle that. And I'm really excited to kind of revisit some of the regions with that form method of travel, because they kind of let you control the plane a little bit in this, but not really. It's on a rail. You could just kind of move it up and down like a goof.
So it's like a gummy ship.
But it almost feels
I did
like...
not touch the controller.
Yeah, you don't have to.
The car in 15, when that flew, it was a disaster every time. So... no, go ahead. I think one of the things that I found the most interesting about like the story of Rebirth is I had no idea how mentally unsound Cloud was.
Mm-hmm.
Like I had a suspicion that he was probably at least a bit traumatized about something to do with Sephiroth. I didn't know what. I had no idea what Sephiroth did, which we learn.
He not show up to his birthday or something.
Yeah.
He works for Vault-Tec, bro.
No, you meet Sephiroth at the start of the game, and he's like really chill. He's nice. He's a great guy. Everyone loves him. They think he's this like hero.
Of course.
And then he learns about Genova and mentally breaks and kills everyone that Cloud knows and loves apart from Tifa. Basically.
I mean, that seems like a reasonable response.
But yeah, you like see Cloud before and after that event, and they just, I think Cloud's a very interesting character. Like I think they did him really, really well in Rebirth.
Mm-hmm.
Can't speak for the original, got no idea.
That's actually a major strength in these remakes for me, is the characterization of everybody is, they were good in the original game, like the story's good in the original game, but this to me is like they took that idea and actually made these people into people. And I feel that way about the entire cast. That's why I love Aerith in these games, whereas I didn't really give a shit about her in the original game. You don't have her very long in the original game, and it's like, all right, I was not going to use her because like she's going to fucking die, and why would I level her up? And it created a situation where it's like, I haven't got attached in any way. Whereas like the way they characterize everybody in these games, like Cloud and Aerith and Barrett, Tifa, Red, and like even Kate Sith was fantastic in this game. Like I just wasn't expecting him to be that like way, like except for his mission, but you know, whatever. Did a really great job.
Too emotional when I thought he died. I was like, I didn't know this happened.
It's funny because you remember like, oh yeah, he's not really a cat.
What?
Yeah, it's a guy.
I didn't know that spoiler.
New spoiler for you.
Yeah. I'll add it to my collection.
And yeah, Cloud, the way Cloud is portrayed and like the performance, I forget the actor's name. I'm so sorry, actor. In the dub. Fuck. I know.
I remember.
You know it?
Yep.
I mean, I'm sure I can remember it too.
That's a good bit. That's a good time bit right there.
His name is Cody Christian.
Cody Christian.
That's the one.
Man, like Cloud has a lot of subtleties in his personality and a lot of uncertainties with himself and things he remembers, things he doesn't remember, and you know, breakdowns, and like it is such a good performance. And like I hope he's nominated. I didn't get my Ben Starr dub at the Game Awards last year, but like I really hope there's representation from the Rebirth cast up there this year, because like God, they are so good with each other. The chemistry between all the characters is so excellent. Like fucking Barrett stuff in this game was sensational. Like really great portrayals of everyone.
Yeah, Barrett might be my favorite portrayal. He's
so good.
I guess in the first game, he's just like this brash, loud, swearing man, and you're like, oh, Barrett. And then you get to see more of the like emotional stuff with him, and it's just like, I don't know, the contrast of it is
his flashbacks got me a lot. I really liked seeing them in this way. Seeing him with both his arms was like, oh, look at that as shit. and with a wife.
Oh, he didn't do that to himself on purpose to have a cool gun on?
So that was because it came up in Power Wash Simulator, and I was like, I don't actually know whether he has a gun for an arm or it's like a Samus thing where he just puts his fist in the arm. So he just has a gun for an arm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Barrett was my favorite to play as well. I'm a ranged DPS.
Oh, you made me see the light with Barrett, to be honest. I remember, I think you could probably search it easily in our Discord chat or maybe it was between us and a DM, I don't remember. But I think I remember saying that like Barrett's he's my least favorite to use. And I think you even said I'm inclined to agree, I think.
Yeah, and then there was just like a fight that I did where I was like, actually, he's insane. He's so strong.
He really is. Yeah. If you hadn't said that, I probably wouldn't have, because like I was stuck on a part and I'm like, okay, Ebbie says to use Barrett. I gotta listen to Ebbie LP. Good hacking advice. I gotta bust out the Barrett advice. And so many fights, especially on flying enemies. I fucking hate flying enemies in this goddamn game. And there's a whole zone where like every fiend on the map for like the rare fiend is a goddamn bird, and it was so annoying fighting them. Barrett though, you plug him in there and like, good lord. He builds his ATB so fast, like oh Christ,
he's great. I'm really on Team Barrett. I'm glad that he didn't die because I don't know who I'd be playing as next game, to be honest with you. But like, I know he doesn't die because I've seen his terrible design in Advent Children. So
Ken Ross just tried fake spoilering you. What the hell, Ken Ross?
I'm being gaslit over here.
You made the I know what happens noise. Get off this show.
I mean, it might have been that he, jumped in front of Aerith and took that sword.
He sure didn't.
That's what okay, so I had a theory. I'm sorry, I'm making us jump around so hard on this, but that's, the story's like that. I had a theory where, speaking of jumping in front of the sword, I thought Cloud was going to die in this game. Is what I thought the big twist was going to be. And we would be playing as Zack in the third game. That's what I thought was going to happen. That would be the dumbest thing known to man. I wouldn't like that at all because there's so much amazing Cloud story left with his mental state. That's an amazing arc. And it's my favorite part of the original 7. I can't wait to see it. I would have been so pissed off, but I was thinking like, they keep making me play as Zack throughout this fucking game. And I like Zack, big Zack fan. But, like, I hope they're not making it so that, like, get used to this, because in the third game, Cloud's dead. And
I still don't really understand why we played so much Zack in this game. Like, it felt a little bit pointless at the end.
I wish they were just cutscenes. I kind of like the Zack story stuff, because I like Zack, but making me walk around Sector 7 or whatever as him and not do anything for like a half hour is like, what the fuck am I doing here? What is the end goal here? To use him in combat where I'm not actually leveling up or using any abilities. I have like a very bare bones set of attacks with him. It's like, what the fuck are you? I liked his triangle ability though, in the final boss fight. So if he is playable more often in the third game, in a bigger way, I'll like playing as him, but in a combat way. But I didn't really care for every time they cut to him because it was mostly because they would do it in the worst moments known to man, where it's like, oh man, I'm about to go on my date in the fucking gold saucer, and Cloud goes to bed, and then it cuts to a Zack scene for like 25 minutes, and I'm like, bro, it's 1:30 in the morning. I'm supposed to be waking up to be greeted by my date, and I'm playing a Zack fair. What in God's name are you doing to me here? What the fuck are you trying to do to me?
Making you earn it.
He really did, dude. I was already stressing. I'm fucking watching this cutscene with Zack, and I'm like, what the fuck?
I mean, maybe it needed that time to do the maths of working out who is supposed to be walking through the door.
Maybe, I mean, you know, Ken Ross, you already wrote good Fallout lore. Maybe you're also a game dev too. Maybe you figured it out.
I have been dabbling.
This fucking guy, man.
Sorry, I don't like that every time you make noise, Kinross, it brings up a clown nose on your Discord avatar.
Oh, does it?
I gotta look at that. I never noticed that.
I'm surprised that it's supposed to have got... They said it was limited time, and it's still here. Get out of here. I don't like that the nose explodes. That's my problem. It explodes in a bloody way.
Sorry, that was an aside. I'm curious, though, as to how you think, as someone who played Final Fantasy VII, the original, thought the ending went with Aerith's whole thing.
In regards to
her dying, I guess, because they made it a little bit like
confusing.
What's going on?
Yeah.
But I would say, because there was a lot... When I first beat the game, I was like Googling to see what people thought of it. And a lot of people were like, oh, so she didn't die? I'm like, I'm pretty sure she's dead.
Yeah,
but...
yeah. Yeah, they made it confusing in a way visually that makes sense. After I sat with it for a bit, I'm like, oh, okay. In that moment, like my interpretation, I haven't actually read anything to be surprisingly. I should have maybe done that, maybe prepped a little. The smarter people figure this stuff out for me. But my interpretation of that was like at that moment, like Sephiroth is attempting to converge all these worlds into one and reunite them all. That like we were seeing every possible outcome of that situation and every possible world that exists, and it was flashing between them back and forth because like they knew people were like, is she gonna die, is she not gonna die? And that was like a good story way to be like, we don't fucking know, buddy. Look at her, she's alive here, but there's blood there, but there's no blood there. Oh shit. And like Tifa's crying over here, but she's not crying over there. Like, and so it was like I was sitting there watching it going like, what the fuck is going on? I had no clue. I actually had to share button, save like 10 minutes of footage, go on my PlayStation and kind of rewatch a cutscene just to make sure I didn't miss anything. Because it was like, happened so quick. And I'm like, did I blink? Instead of blink, did I fall asleep? Like, what did I do? What happened there? And no, it was just them being very Nomura in the way it was, information was presented to you. And when it got to the point where it's, okay, once Sephiroth was stopped and we were back in I was still kind of confused. I was still kind of like, did like something happen with time? But like, no, we stopped the reunion or whatever. And like, we're just kind of in our own timeline again. And she is dead.
Yeah.
Cloud, of course, doesn't think that, but
yeah, a lot of people were confused by the like last cutscene where you can still, like, Cloud can still see her. And my interpretation of that was, for some reason, he can sense her around in the live stream. And part of me was like, when I first saw that cutscene, I was like, oh, he's cracked. He's mentally just seeing her and she's not there. But then I watched it again and I was like, Red noticed her as well. So she's definitely around.
Yeah, I think she's going to play a role in that way. I think Cloud's mental state makes it a little worse because people are definitely not going to believe him if he ever says, what are you talking about? I could fucking see Aerith right here. He did take the black materia as well, like a fucking idiot. But
I'm curious about the black materia because I know those fucking dudes, I don't remember what they were called. I keep wanting to call them Githyanki, but that's a different game. What are they called? The people who live in the underworld.
Oh, yeah, they want that. They start with a Q. I feel like I should just be able to answer this question, but okay.
I might be able to answer this. Just give me a...
You got to dig around in that brain of yours?
The underground people.
I keep wanting to call them Gith. That's not what they're called. Gee?
Yeah, no, that's not what I used to call them.
Congratulations.
I used to call them Picos.
You know what, Ebbie, you were close actually on Githyanki. So your brain was in the right zone.
It was in the right place, wrong game.
But yeah, what's your thoughts on that?
If they wanted it, it can't have been a good thing that Cloud has it now. There's an ice cream van coming.
Woo! Is it like the Philosopher's Stone where whoever needs it gets it? Like, does it just appear, or is it we found this this rock? Other people want it, but I've got it.
You have to give me.
Yeah.
Okay. He's stopped now. Sorry, that threw me off. He just like parked outside my house.
Of course.
Blaring.
That's a Permadeath tradition, I think, actually.
It is. It was always in my background audio.
It's not even warm. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's 10 degrees.
It's also 20 to 6.
the perfect ice cream time. Yeah, I don't know what the Black Materia is about at all. That concerns me a lot. That just has that now. I'm just like going into this next game, just overall kind of concerned about everything. Like nothing seems to be going correctly at this moment.
But at the very least, in the third one, even if people at the end of Rebirth are like, I think Cloud might be going a little bit insane and they're like doubting him, they'll still be :L the moment that the next game starts. They'll all be like, nah, he's neither good nor bad, he's neutral. I don't feel one way or the other.
You mean my relationship status?
Yeah.
Fucking stressful ass system that was. God damn it. But yeah, it didn't end on a very hopeful note. And that was one memorable takeaway from it was like, yeah, we're kind of ending at a point in Seven's story where like things aren't good at all. There's no like in remake you bust out of Midgar. There's like this cool cutscene of like, oh, we're seeing the outside world, there's no steel sky, whatever. We got a great big world out there. Whereas like Rebirth ends and it's like, I think our friend's like fucked up. One
of us is dead. One of us is seeing the dead person and has tried to kill at least 2 people in our party.
What the fuck are we even accomplishing?
I feel like that's like a proper RPG party, though. It's like, one of us is dead, one of us is mad.
It's just the only thing with the whole like Cloud mental break is that everyone is way too like casual about it, in my opinion.
In the game or in
no, in the game, like he straight up tries to kill Tifa at one point.
Yeah,
she just like no one makes mention of it.
I did find, yeah, it is funny to bring up because I always figured like Tifa tries to handle it with a little bit of, at least her more than anyone, because like she knows kind of what he does and doesn't remember, and like he was there and everything, and like she kind of is trying to delicately work her way through that situation with him and see what is going on with him. But everyone else who witnessed him just try to fucking cross slash her stomach in that chapter, I always wonder why like nobody ever seemed to really bring it up ever again. It was kind of just like a, hey, you guys are all awake, all right, baby. It's like, yeah, kiss, kiss, kiss. It's like, what the hell? You just fucking witnessed.
I mean, I guess if
no
Tifa doesn't freak out, then they're like, it must be fine.
I wonder if it is a thing where it's like, hey, you know what? Like Cloud is unstable as shit. Maybe don't freak out. It's like, make it worse.
Yeah, but no one is like, maybe we don't leave him alone with anyone.
Yeah.
They just continue to have alone time with all of these like characters that he's fucked over in some way or another. And I know it's not like his fault because he's obviously like not mentally quite right. But at the same time, like maybe we just like ensure the safety of everyone and hang around in groups when Cloud's around.
Yeah.
But no one makes mention of that whatsoever.
Especially when he starts talking like this. Starts talking like fucking Sephiroth. Like, I'm waiting. Like, all right, that's not Cloud, bro. He's not himself right now. We're going to let him just walk over there with that sword? Maybe get him away from the children.
Strife has lost dating privileges
he's gonna fucking
the third game.
Anakin our whole party over here.
So one of the other things that I was wondering from my loose memories of Remake is that there were like Dementor Ghost Shroud people who were unhappy that things were different.
I'm actually glad you brought that up, because I forgot about that. Yeah.
Is Rebirth more on track aside from the 10,000 Deaths of Aerith than Remake was? From
my interpretation of it, again, I should have probably read smart people say this stuff, but they do mention it in the story. The Whispers are no longer... The Whispers are being controlled by Sephiroth. There's also two factions of Whispers. I don't think their purpose anymore is to make sure that the story from the original game stays intact and stops you from breaking fate, and more so now fighting the convergence of worlds. I don't know. There's some that seem employed by the live stream, other ones that seem employed by Sephiroth. That whole bit is a little nutso to me. I just kind of go with the flow with the Whisper stuff, but the way that they were employed in the final act was a little bit different than the way that they opposed you in the original remake. So I don't know. Again, smarter people probably have a way better read on that than me. They're in there, but they're a little bit different. And there's two factions of them, white and black ones.
Of course.
Yeah. Original. What do you think about the Whispers, Ebbie, in this game? What's your read on them?
They were just sort of there. Like, yeah. I didn't really care one way or another.
I do think they have dialed back, like them playing some kind of major role. They're just kind of, they're there as a plot thing, and like, you know, they exist still as part of the lore of this remake timeline, but like, they don't feel like... They were a worry for a lot of people in the original remake of like, what the fuck are these Whispers? But now it's more just like, I think they're just kind of, whoever the bad guy is, he's just controlling them. I don't fucking know anymore. I don't think they're as relevant as they seemed. They could maybe regain some of that relevance in the third game. I'm sure they will be back. But they're annoying to fight.
I bet.
Not when you use Barret.
Not when you got Barret, though. You're right.
Dude, I was so underpowered in this game. There was a fight in the, like, the plant in the jungle. I don't remember the name of it.
Oh, the Marlborough, right?
No, it was the Scarlet fight.
Oh,
where it just handed me 3 characters that I don't play as.
Yeah, it was like Yuffie, Tifa, and Aerith, probably, I think.
Yeah, yep. Yeah.
Those are my favorite missions.
And I was like supremely underleveled because I'd done no side content. I want to talk about the difficulty in a second, actually, because that's the whole thing. But I was like insanely underleveled because after basically Junon, I was like, I can't be asked. I need to finish the story before I get spoiled for me. So I'm just going to do that. That fight, I was doing 3 damage a hit. So it took like...
yeah, it sounds like shit. That's like
35
getting
minutes
stuck
or something?
with like Kate Sith in a fight. And it's like, all right, this isn't working out. I have no equipment on him.
Oh, it's... yeah, the difficulty is one for me because I feel like I probably could have handled it had I done the side content and had more like materia and gear and levels and experience and all that stuff. And again, I feel like medium difficulty is a lot harder than it implies with it being called like a middling difficulty, if that makes sense.
They probably describe it like, oh, this is the base difficulty. Play it if you like a good balance.
Yeah.
They probably describe it like that.
They need to add, I guess, to that of like, play this if you want a good balance and you intend on doing side content.
Yeah.
There was like a fight that just made me snap because it was like this. It was kind of like a Marlboro thing. It wasn't quite a Marlboro. That duplicated. And you had to like kill the original one or whatever. And I looked into how to do it. I read a guide. It was like, okay, I understand. The glowing one is the one I want to be focusing on. And I could not kill that boss for the fucking life of me. And I don't know why exactly that was. Because I was sure I was targeting the right one. and then it would just duplicate more. And that was the point where I was like, I am not having a good time with the combat in this game. I'm going to turn it to easy mode and just see if that makes it any better. And easy mode makes the game, like, honestly kind of laughably easy. Yeah, it's too easy. There's a difficulty in the middle somewhere that I feel like I need.
I feel like there's a trend now of you've got medium, which is like the default, and then you've got easy, and then you've got story. So it's like there's like if the easy that you had was laughably easy, it's like, okay, that would have been story mode, and then there's one like halfway between the two.
That's what I needed. I feel like in hindsight I probably should have tried out the dynamic difficulty option that they had, which I believe just switches between the 3 difficulties depending on how well you're doing, how well the game judges you.
Is in like in the middle of the fight if you're suddenly doing bad, or is it like, all right, on average you're this good?
I don't know. I didn't look into it too much, but I feel like I should have tried that out and didn't, because I don't know anyone that actually used dynamic difficulty.
Yeah,
it kind of seemed for the most part everyone was on medium. But yeah, I didn't do any side content. I had a pretty bad time with combat because I was doing 3 damage a hit on characters that it was forcing me to play as. Yeah. I tried to persevere as much as I could, and then
I mean, sometimes you just gotta drop the difficulty.
I just wish there'd been another difficulty. I don't know.
Yeah, I think Persona has like story, easy, normal, hard. Like there's 2 easier ones in Persona, I believe.
Because it was after I switched, I only died like one time, and it was in the final boss, where I accidentally reset my progress to the very beginning of the fucking boss rush gauntlet that I
thought you were about to say the game.
No. It was the way that they like labeled stuff was really confusing to me.
Oh, like the retry, respawn, or whatever. You said a screenshot of it.
Yeah. There was like one that was like restart from start of, I don't remember what it was. Anyway.
Oh, those are awful.
I did not understand what any of them meant, so I kept restarting my progress from the very beginning of boss fights whenever I'd pick the wrong one. There was the last boss gauntlet, which is like I died in the last phase, so I had to do the 4 phases that lead up to the last phase again, which I was not thrilled with, to be honest with you. I was quite salty about that. And there was another boss fight that I did the boss fight, and then you are Barrett in the back of a car, like shooting stuff while this car drives around wildly, and you're taking down helicopters and stuff with it. Which I did not understand the mechanics of the first time I did it. And then I had to do the previous boss fight in the lead up to it again because I pressed the wrong thing.
Madness.
They could make the menus when you game over in a multi-phase boss fight a little bit clearer. That's such a minor complaint.
I don't even know why they even let you pick anything earlier than where I just died in the begin with. I don't know what the hell benefit I gain from going back 3 phases. Unless it's like, I used all my potions and now I know how to fight it. I don't know.
You can't say you beat the boss if you had to do it in stages.
Yeah. No, there was a really annoying phase of the last like Sephiroth fight, where you're playing as like, I think it's Red, Yuffie, something, I don't know. It was just like this really annoying phase, and I did it fine the first time, but I wanted to do it the second time, and I was like, I can't damage it, and I don't know why. I don't understand. And I just wanted to beat the game at that point, so I was like, I hate this fight. Okay, here's my thing. I don't know how they're going to like make an interesting Sephiroth fight for the last battle in 3. Considering we've fought him so many times already, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, what is he? The Kuze of Final Fantasy?
Yeah, kind of.
It will be cool. That's all I could really say. But it is a fair question of like, you know, because you don't fight him in Midgar in the original game. And so we fought him there and then fought him again. And so it is kind of funny of like, huh, what new tricks does he possibly have up his fucking sleeve this time? It will be cool though. I can promise
swords.
you. You're not alone in that scenario, Ebbie, of getting to a point where it's like, okay, I haven't done this or that, and like the game I feel doesn't really have a very good way to gauge or grind levels in a way that feels like I can just kind of sit there and do this like older RPGs do. Like in the original game, you could just do random battles for 3 hours and just level the fuck up. And so like if someone isn't doing side quests and stuff like that, like I don't know where the hell the game is expecting people to get experience from, really, if it's putting people in situations where it's like, hey, you should maybe be this level. And it's like, what the hell? Because like I did all the side stuff in the game except for the final Omni Relic stuff because it's post-game content, like level 65 plus. I beat the game at level 49. Where the hell is it expecting me to get 16 fucking levels from? Do I have to play the game again? Like I have no idea. There's probably methods online like do this VR fight and do this and this, and it's like okay, but like I feel like it doesn't really have a good method to catch up if you're not doing side stuff, and it's an issue with the game that whenever I'm talking to somebody about it, whether it's on Threads or wherever, it's always one that I'm kind of ignorant to because like I've done everything, and so like it's a problem I didn't run into, and I always have to remember that if like. Hey, not everyone's like a freak who's like, I'm going to do even the most boring shit. I'm going to do it all. I will say though, this is, I was really happy with this game's, just grandeur in terms of its side content. It was the closest I've come to feeling like I'm playing like a Xenoblade game. That's not a Xenoblade game. Little worse in the exploration aspect. There's not really a sense of discovery because like the open world structure in Rebirth is towers. You know, it's not anything that's like totally, Breath of the Wild or anything like that. But and even Xenoblade doesn't do that either. But it was the closest I've come in a JRPG to feeling like, oh man, I can't wait to see the next area or the next area and the next area. And I was always like increasingly happy with it. And in a way that always kind of puts me at odds with people on the internet, because there's a lot of people who absolutely despise Gungaga and Cosmo Canyon. And it's fair because they are annoying to navigate. But that
way you couldn't find the one pixel that you needed to
That was Corel. That one, that's funny because that zone has no gimmicks. Like Gungaga and Cosmo Canyon do with their flight launch pads and their mushroom bouncy pads. I just was an idiot and couldn't fucking find the goddamn valley to go where I needed to go. But I am so impressed with just how much effort has gone into every single fucking bit of fan service and or side content in this game. They didn't need to do half the things that they did, and they did it. And I'm really curious if they'll do it again in 3. But like I think about the Gold Saucer, and I think about the final moment in the Gold Saucer, and like kind of being the side content's grand finale to me, is the date and Loveless and the Sky Wheel, and like everything that occurs in that sequence is such a fan favorite moment. And it's such a great example of how much respect they pay to the things people loved about their memories with the original game, and making sure that us old fucks like get to feel that way again. And I'm sure it's the same for the dev team of like remaking, because it's the same people who made the original game. So it's like to feel that way again, making it. I'm sure they also have a sense of ownership and desire to not fuck it up. And I am finishing that game. Any issues with it, they exist, but like every single second of that game was just an absolute joy to me. I'm so happy.
The Loveless section fucked me up pretty bad, I will say.
Incredible.
So I was like, oh man, I love Jessie. I really, really love her, and I was expecting to kind of see her again in this game because they hinted at the end, like,
yeah, I'm surprised.
Not dead.
I was about to say, I thought she was dead.
Yeah.
Well, they hinted like
big Xandor wedge.
Maybe she's not, and they just don't make mention of it at all. So
the moment during the Loveless where it pans over to the table and like Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse are all kind of sitting there, and it's like, this is like a quintessential FF7 moment. That like fans of all new and old, that's just like who have experienced the story since remake and since before remake, it's like, this just makes you feel good. And the fucking play. So like, I didn't expect the production values on the like whole sword fight and everything going on during Loveless was blowing my mind. And like, and even the freaking parade in Junon, like any little moment like where you had to do a quick time event, or like there was anything major on a major scale that's a mini game, like they handled those things so well. They were so fun and so cool to look at. Blew me away.
Yeah, the whole second round of Gold Saucer was probably my favorite moments in the game.
Yep.
And it was a nice reprieve before the
pure
absolute fucking heartbreak at the end is.
Pure and I was really stressing about that moment because it is a mechanic in the game that I think is garbage, and they were intentionally vague in a moment where you don't need to be intentionally vague in terms of who your relationship is going to conclude with. Considering after you beat the game, you unlock a menu that shows you your status with everybody in detail, and what you still need to do to make it romantic or not romantic, or where you're at, or what you haven't done, what you have done. And I'm looking at this interface going, why the fuck wasn't this just in the game? Why am I getting to the end of this moment frantically messaging Ebbie in our group chat of like, I'm fucking gonna get the wrong person. I'm gonna get the wrong fucking person. What the fuck am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I didn't make the wrong choice here. And I'm looking up, and like each conversation with these characters has a good answer, a best answer, and a worst answer. And I'm like, okay, let me go through Aerith's, let me go through Tifa's, let me go through Barrett's. Am I gonna accidentally get like fucking Yuffie? Let me go through and see like, okay, I picked the best answer there. Oh, I picked the bad one here. Shit, I remember that. Oh, I picked oh no. And like, I was trying to save scum things, trying not to save scum things. Because like 120 something hours in the game, I would have lived with it if I had gotten someone else. But it's like, I have my decision. I have been waiting. It's a famous scene from the original game that I love. I know it's going to be like just done up like crazy in this, because that's just their style with these remakes. Please don't let me get the wrong one. Why are you being so vague? Why is everybody everybody has a blue face? Crazy. Like, what the hell? Like, I don't know what that means. Like, what? like, well, maybe it should be pink if you're, or red if you're in love with them. Like, give me something here. And then right before you go into that scene, Aerith is sitting there writing the big song, No Promises to Keep, on the bench. And I'm like, oh, I wonder if it puts who you get there. Because Cloud kind of looks at her and smiles before he goes up the steps. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I think I probably got Aerith, because she's probably waiting for me to go to bed. And she's going to come up and wake me up and go on the date. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. How did I possibly get Aerith? And then I'm going to bed, and it gives me a cutscene with Zack and Cloud and Aerith. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Just tell me who I got. God damn it. I have work. It was only stressful for me. I feel But I did find one person on Threads who literally had the same fucking meltdown as me, Googling conversations, wondering. I felt not alone for even a brief moment. But
see, my tactic for it was, I'm just gonna not have conversations with anyone aside from Aerith, and let's see where we go.
Either don't talk to people, or you just be an absolute.
And that's the fatal flaw.
To everyone.
That's the fatal flaw in the system to me, is that I love this whole cast, and like I was doing everyone's quests and talking to everyone, and I'm like, I'm not gonna be mean to Aerith if it's presented to me, because like I love Aerith too, and like even the very beginning of the game, it's like, oh, go with me to the clock tower or whatever in Calm, and it's like, I'm not gonna say no. I'm not gonna be like a jackass. And then I'm like, oh, I'm on a date with her though. Like, what the fuck is it? How does this fucking work?
Why can it not just be a system? Like, why is Cloud the passive one? Why can't it be like, hey, I'm
my
Cloud.
idea?
I'm gonna talk to Aerith. And if my relationship status is high enough, she'll join me in this wheel or whatever you're talking about. And if it's not, she's just like, thanks, Cloud, but I'm afraid of heights.
One of the biggest problems with that is like in this game is like the dialogue options that are considered romantic are the best. Like, who the fuck on the dev team thinks this shit is romantic in any way? Like it'll be the most mundane thing about like kebabs. And then it's like, well, that's the best one that raises their affection meter. And it's like, why? What if I just wanted Cloud to talk about fucking kebab? Why am I suddenly trying to fucking date him? It makes no damn sense to me. These devs talk to women at all? Like, how does any of this shit work? I mean, like, maybe the women they meet in Japan love kebabs and it gets them going. I don't know. But I was flipping out because I'm like, this shit doesn't make any goddamn sense. It forces me to think, oh, I can't do Aerith's final side quest because I don't want to accidentally like get her or whatever. And so I skipped some of her quests and waited until after the date to do them. And I'm like, I don't want to live that way. Just let me see the fucking data. God damn it. Like, how is it a secret? What the hell, man?
I understand, because when you do the Costa del Sol bit where you're walking around as Aerith and you get like swimsuits for her and Tifa, and then you get to like pick which ones they wear or whatever. I accidentally put Tifa in the one that Cloud was like fucking berserk over and really, really liked. And I thought, oh my god, I've just fucked up my entire game.
I remember that message, yeah.
It was like, I haven't saved in 7 hours and I don't know what to do.
But then you do get that like Chocobo back date with Aerith in Costa del Sol for her fashion side quest or whatever, which I was doing that going, what the fuck? Why is this also a date? Why is every goddamn side quest with Aerith a goddamn date square? Come on, if people listening can't tell, it's obvious I wasn't going for Aerith in the date scene. But
bad choice.
But I have nothing against Aerith. I think she's a fantastic character. It's just I have my reasons.
I mean, Bill's partner's still alive.
That's true.
Well,
who you going to date in 3?
Barrett. No, Barrett. I'm saying now, Barrett. I'm gonna hang out with the boys. You know?
I did watch everyone's Skywheel scene, and I'm very impressed with the way they handled Yuffie's. Because
it wasn't creepy.
Because it could have been absolutely terrible. She's
like 14, right?
Yeah, 16. She mostly talks about what's the guy's name from Intermission? Fuck. Sunan? Something like that. Mostly talks about having a crush on him and whatever, and dating, and and she brings up some of the other girls in the party and everything, and it's way more of a conversation between two individuals who are just shitty at this. And she kind of gives them like a peck on the cheek of like that's my practice or whatever. But there's nothing romantic or like creepy in the scene at all. Like, it's actually, because that's the one I was the most curious about. I'm like, how the hell is that? What is the conversation like in there? She's a kid. Like, what is the whole thing? And like, it actually did a good job. It's actually really sweet.
So what you're telling me is that Yuffie gets more of a kiss from Cloud than Aerith does?
Pretty wild. Yo, I didn't know that there wasn't a kiss in the Aerith scene. I didn't know until you told me. I just assumed they're the two big ones that everybody's going to pick. They're both going to smooch. I was very shocked. But
they held hands. It was nice, but like
But yeah,
less diseases with handholding.
I have tried very hard to avoid like the ship wars online, because I think it kind of poisons the conversations about characters a little bit.
They are very intense.
And like it like stops characters from being characters and just kind of like because like I used to be that way in high school. Like when I watched Code Geass, if it wasn't Colin, I wanted them to die for real. I wanted C2 dead. I wanted Shirley dead. I was like, they gotta die. They gotta die because Alush has to end up with Colin. But it, like rewatching it as now, it's like, oh, these characters are fine.
I'll be honest. Most of what I'm saying is a joke, but I do not still understand the appeal of Tifa to a crazy amount. Like, you made me understand it a little bit better. Like, it's a trope that you enjoy.
Yeah.
But I just don't think that they did her any favors in this game, because she's constantly like, oh man, Cloud did this terrible thing. Guess I'll just look past it because it's Cloud. And I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those things where once the third game is out, it will be easier to talk about.
Yeah,
from my standpoint.
To have,
episode 51.
Yeah,
because I
wanted to have more of like a personality outside of just being Cloud's friend, I guess.
Because it's such her past is like so intrinsically linked with his, and like she remembers every single detail from that day, whereas like Cloud doesn't, and so it's like a thing where it's tough for her to relate to him on every single matter, and she's trying really hard to dance around it or like help him, and it's a really tricky relationship in like the first half of the game that like it does blossom more as we go. And like I really liked the live stream scene with Tifa after she gets almost cross-flashed by Cloud.
But again, though, that's like, let's see all of it. Tifa's memories with Cloud.
Yeah,
it's just like it's always about Cloud, and that kind of bugs me.
Yeah, but like I said, I mean they're very linked together. Like their past trauma kind of all happens on the same day, and Cloud. It's very hard. It's very hard to not spoil the. So I won't go much further than just that. They'll get there.
We can talk about it in 4 years. It's fine.
Yeah. There are good reasons why. There's a lot of mystery surrounding that day, and just a lot of things that are exciting for me to think about as far as like future content goes, and it's just there's a lot involving her that involves Cloud that we don't at this point in Rebirth don't know quite yet. She's very vital in the main story, which I always liked about the original game too, is that I always found that idea of like Aerith dying to be sort of a like subversion of like who the main like woman was in the game in terms of like go ship Cloud, ship Aerith, they're the two chosen ones, blah blah blah.
Yeah, but Tifa's childhood friend.
Yes, but in a lot of romance anime, the spunky childhood friend gets spurned. So
this is true. This is
true. For whatever girl is like dying in the hospital at the moment, and whatever anime it is. But so I always like that about the story in 7. I think they'll do a really great job with it. I think you'll come away liking Tifa a little bit more in the third game.
I hope so. I'm not having a good time not liking one of the main characters of the game. Like I would like to like her.
It does make things hard.
Like I do actually think they're doing a good job with her in terms of expanding her presence in especially the first half of the story, but she will have a bigger presence in the second half that
I really hope I like it then, or otherwise that's going to be not a good time for me.
It will be. That's one of the things I'm most excited to see from your reactions anyway, is like, oh, like I know, like I'm the big Tifa fan of the group here, and like I'm excited But I'm curious to see how others will react to it.
We'll see in 4 years.
Yes, we will. 2028.
They said that's when it is?
No.
Or do we not? No. Okay.
No, but they said they're
just a guess based on
similar timeline is what they stated. So they've already started working on it, and they're going to be reusing most of the same maps. So presumably, I mean, there's going to be new zones, but like they have a lot of work done already, which is nice.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting like a Yakuza 7 to 8 kind of turnaround, even though they made Hawaii from scratch in 8. So maybe not quite. RGG is just a beast on another level, but yeah. I'm excited to talk about that in the future. Loved it. I'm glad you loved it as well. It's cool. I'm trying to get my sister to play it. I need more people to play it. I need more reactions from people.
I suppose that's like I said after Remake, I am not going to touch, like I did not enjoy Remake enough to want to go through another game. Do you think I would enjoy this game? No. Okay.
If you didn't like Remake, this is like 400 times the amount of Remake.
Okay. That's fair.
I mean, like, unless like you got into it and it was like, oh yeah, you know what? Actually, at the time I played Remake, maybe I was in a different, state of mind or whatever.
I mean, I was in a pandemic at that point.
It's like my endless attempts at getting into Fallout, where it's like, oh, now it has finally just clicked.
That's fair.
Maybe, but it's very much bigger Remake.
The same.
Yeah, it's the same game.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess if you didn't like Breath of the Wild, you're not going to like Tears of the Kingdom. Makes sense.
But I mean, if they ever, I don't know if they'll ever put a demo out or anything, or just any way to try it, but maybe Plus or something. But yeah, I never like to say that definitively.
As a single game
for someone else. Well, they bundled Remake in with Rebirth for free if you bought the bundle on launch, which is wild. And the sales are still kind of low for this game, which is, I guess, I don't quite know the reason for that. I guess selling a sequel to something is a little harder than selling people on the remake of Final Fantasy VII, and then maybe a lot of people were expecting the whole game and got burnt. I don't know, but or I just boil it down to stop making games fucking exclusive. That's my thing. Game should be on PC. Game should be on Xbox. I don't know what's going on here. I don't quite understand. Sony's not making it, so I don't quite understand the concept of holding it hostage on one platform only. I think it is not right, and they're going to keep doing it, but I think you'd see a lot more money if you didn't. But what do I know? I'm just a guy.
Yeah, you've already made the game.
Just sucks.
Just sell it. Just hit the Xbox port button.
My buddy loved Remake, played it on Steam, waiting God knows how long for Rebirth. Like, doesn't play PlayStation games, so it's like, why buy a PS5? And it's silly to me. I don't understand. But maybe it does mean we get the games quit a little quicker because they only have to develop for one console. And, maybe if they were to do a PC port on launch, maybe it would take a little longer, but I don't know. 16's coming to PC though. So congratulations.
Maybe I'll finally play it.
To everybody waiting for that. Speaking of,
was that a segue?
It could be.
All right. I'm going to mute while you guys talk about this so I can eat a snacky jack.
Okay, cool. How spoiler are you getting, Kinross? Did you beat it? Did you beat the game?
Yeah, I beat it in time for the previous scheduled recording.
Okay.
Haven't touched any of the DLC.
Yeah, I thought I was going to. I put it on my rundown of I'll talk about the DLC, but I actually just played Fallout last night instead. So
yeah, no, that's fair.
And I watched the movie, so I didn't get around to it. I did turn it back on to get reacclimated with the combat. Just so I'm ready when I do turn the DLC on. But yeah, so Kinross, I didn't know you were playing this until Ebbie and I were both playing Rebirth, and then you started talking about 16, and I was like, oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh yeah, because I was like, yeah, I probably should get around to playing 16.
Kinross playing Final Fantasy 16. That's cool. I love this game, so I'm curious to hear what you think about it. Anticipation. It's okay if you don't like it. Okay.
No, I mean, I beat it. So again, I must have enjoyed it. There are things that I really like the rings of, you don't have to be a madman good combo dodge person. Like the option, the customizability. I don't know what the word is. Like to be able to change your loadout and be like, no, actually, I can't ever remember to use toggle, so just do it. But the fact that it takes up however many slots, I think by the end I was using 2 of my 3 slots on things to make combat more enjoyable, meant that I couldn't make use of most of the other things I was getting that would have also been pretty neat to have. Like I couldn't have any stat boosts or anything like that. So I like the system. I kind of wish that they were treated as a separate stack of accessories, maybe. Yeah. Like, are you wearing rings on your left hand? Those are your training wheel hand. And then you've got the other. But I appreciated it because I would not have beaten the game without it. I think I died only 3 times in the entire game. So maybe it made it too easy, but I'm not great at them.
Yeah, I actually don't think I died a lot either. I don't think it's a particularly very, very, very difficult game. And so I don't think it would have been those things that made it too easy. Yeah. I think it was just because it doesn't stop the bosses from doing more damage, So
I think I was saying to you, I've never died in this game, and I don't know whether I should take some of the rings off. And then immediately after
did you die?
There was a boss fight. I died. I'm like, all right, fine. Yeah, I don't tend to go in on minigame side stuff, but I kind of wish that there was something more going on than main story and side quest.
Yes.
Or at least a bit more variety in side quest.
Yes.
But I don't think it was worse for it. It's just would have nice to have.
This is my main complaint with the game. Very small, like you said, but.
And what was the other thing? Oh God. So the story was easier for me to follow than 15 was.
Yes.
Because the active time lore system is great.
Yes.
Except for the fact that every 20 seconds in a cutscene, I'd push the button in case something new had come in. But there's a mini time jump where suddenly people are in my base and they're acting like I know them, because I guess we met and did stuff in that mini time jump. And all of that lore stuff suddenly lost me, and I was like, I can't look at anything that you're telling me, Miss Lady, because you're losing me. And there were like 2 instances of people teleporting around the world from one cutscene to another, like late stage Game of Thrones, which was a bit weird. Yeah, otherwise I enjoyed it more than I expected based on the demo. Didn't use the icons half as much as one of the icons, like the magic power stuff. I was like, I have my set that works, and I'm not going to use anything different. Sorry, Ramu and Shiva and someone else.
That's fair. Like, I didn't touch Ramu's shit at all. I was pretty much a Ifrit, Garuda, and then I really liked Bahamut. The Mega Flare, Giga Flare stuff was really good, and Odin stuff I really liked as well.
So to start,
and the wind up Titan Punch was really satisfying to use.
Phoenix, Garuda, and Titan. Because with the dodge ring, being able to like do a JoJo or a punch.
Oh yeah.
In a dodge. And then it ended up being Phoenix, Odin, and Titan.
So I feel like I have to ask. I will double timestamp this moment in the episode.
Also being aware that Ebbie has not played this game.
Yes, exactly. So I'm going to ask if she. I'm going to do it very quickly. I'm not going to spend too much time on it. I don't want to leave Ebbie.
Let me know when I can undeafen.
I don't want to leave Ebbie in the abyss here. But I have to ask you. I assume Ebbie.
She's deaf.
Okay, good. Because it is a big debate on the internet, and whether or not it was Clive or Joshua who wrote that book at the end of the game, even though it says Joshua Rossfield on the book.
So my main gripe story-wise, because I think I asked you, and I also asked Chris from 14FC of like, is this a game where you have a save before the final boss fight and that's just where the game lives forever, or is there an after? Mm-hmm. And he said that it was a save before and that's the world forever after. I'm like, okay, that's unfortunate because I kind of want the not creepy music back.
Yeah.
But okay, whatever. And then I was like, okay, now I understand why it's a save and then never come back. But then there's a book that one of them wrote and it's X 100 years after, because they're like, oh, icons, they don't exist. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they've successfully eradicated the world of magic. And in between the end and then, somebody wrote a book.
Somebody wrote a book, but yeah, I just took it on face value that Joshua wrote it.
Because there's a lot of fan theory copium. Since Clive has already taken one man's name with Sid.
He's taken.
And there's also lines of dialogue with him and the old man. Forget his name. Sorry, listeners.
Which one? The librarian?
Yeah,
or his
that
uncle?
Guy.
Harpocrates.
Yes. Where he has a conversation with Clive during one of the final side quests in that final grouping of side quests that kind of closes off a lot of stories about.
So I haven't done all of those because I know that they took like 6 hours and I was like, I need to finish the game.
Yeah. There's a conversation they have where they mention that when this is all over, Clive thinks he's going to pick up a quill and write a book and become a writer. And there's also a lot of symbolism with the moon and the sun and in the Jill final quest line. And there's a lot of information that, like, if you want to go hardcore copium of like Clive didn't die on that beach. He did write that book under Joshua's name and is living and lived, now I don't know if the second DLC will change anything.
Yeah. Because I mean, the curse is inconsistent.
Yes.
Because Jill's supposed to be very badly afflicted. And then there's a scene on a beach where she doesn't look that afflicted.
Yeah.
Like, she looks like she's perfectly fine.
That's why, like it didn't show his whole body covered in it. So it was like, to me, it's like...
It's just his hand.
Yeah, to me, it was like, well, like... I didn't see him in a coffin. And so, like, to me, and whereas, like, I mean, I guess you could say the same for Joshua, but, like, to me, like, I didn't think Clive had enough in him to finish casting rays or whatever on Joshua to begin with. And they give you that really poignant flashback montage of, like, him and Joshua's whole life. And I'm like, we kind of make that montage meaningless. So you just bring him right back. But I guess if Clive dies too, I guess it's fine. But yeah, it's an interesting ending. I don't think it's as like maybe hotly debatable as like maybe some people with huff and copium like me would want it to be. Like it's very like, hey, they eradicated the world of magic. Joshua wrote a book about it. That's literally it. But there is a lot of dialogue and a lot of questionable things where it's like, interesting. I'll bring Ebbie back though in a second. I don't want to keep her hidden too long.
But yeah, the story was neat. I saw where some things were going, and I was proud of myself for knowing that I could follow a story. I liked most of the characters. It falls into that Xenoblade thing of people being very British. Like there's a lot of, I mean, I guess it happens in 14 as well. That it catches me off guard when they say bollocks or things like that. But the accents that I was hearing coming out of people were not what I was expecting.
Where do they say summit at? Where is like SOMMIT? Where is that? What is that something y'all say? Nice.
That's my accent. Yeah.
I expect to see SUMMAT summit.
Yeah, it's like summit.
Koji Fox wrote it as SOMMIT. What the hell, Koji Fox?
That's because it's not English.
Excuse me.
It's no. In Final Fantasy XVI, it's, I don't even remember the name of the planet. Ash, whatever. Yeah. There were enough things going on that I was like, I like these people. I kind of wish that there was more to do with them without it being side quest hell. That
was my big thing with it, is like, and it's such a contrast when you compare it to Rebirth, where there's mini games just falling out of its asshole at any moment. Anywhere you sneeze, there's like, oh, there's a fucking game over here. I wish there was like, at least let me fish, brother. Like at least let me fish or play cards or do something in 16 that resembles a little bit of levity, for the love of God. Because like even the side quests, like everything is pretty grim in 16.
Yeah, it's everything, like a turn happens and it's like, okay, well, this is settle in. This is your life now.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad to hear that.
And I will be playing the DLC as soon as I can manage it. I've got to buy a goddamn game about coloring in hoops.
Hell yeah.
After that, I've got to buy a lot of Gachapon, and then I've got to...
Yeah, I'll see the Stardew Valley Symphony in like a week.
And then I'll play the DLC.
Nice. Maybe we'll finish it up at the same time. Who knows?
Maybe I'll actually play it.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know why I stopped. I was having a great time with it, and then I think I went away for like a week and came back and just like...
You either went away or you were ill, I think. And you were just like, oh, nah.
And I just never got back to it. So lots of games I've not played.
My Steam library's full of them. Thousands of them.
I still really want maybe episode 51 in 2034. I really want Ebbie impressions of Xenoblade 3. It's one of my most heavily sought after
on the list.
Friend impressions ever.
Why did I stop playing 3? I think so. I guess work must have happened, and I was just like, nah, can't. And then going back, I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing at all. But I'm 60 hours in. I don't want to restart.
Yeah, at least I've got the benefit of starting fresh because I've not even started it. I don't really know the main character's name. I think it's Noah, but I don't know. So. Hey, I know a thing about Xenoblade 3.
I've been staring at their amiibo all day while we were recording this, just thinking about it. And as a fellow Xenoblade 1 lover, I really want to know what you think of it and his DLC, which is spectacular.
I forget what you thought of 2.
I like 2. I like its story. I like its cast. I didn't like the blade stuff because I didn't like locking areas of the zones behind field skills. Where I had to have a certain shitty blade with me in order to move these vines. It was like, all right, just let me explore, you son of a bat, you fucker.
Well, not just that, you had to have them with you, use them enough to get them experience to unlock level 3 of their skill.
To have like foraging level 4. It's like, give me a fucking break, man. I just want to explore, man. I just walked up this mountain and I can't go fucking through the tree. 3 gets rid of all that, brings back similar zone exploration to 1. Tonally a lot closer to 1, but I like 2. But for me, it goes 3, 1, 2. If I were to rank them, 3 is actually my favorite JRPG of all time. I've put it there. I've put it there, and it's been enough years where I can say that without a honeymoon aura around it.
Now my expectations are high. I
think you'll love it. I really do. That's why I'm really curious what you'll think. The DLC is just unbelievable. That final DLC is the coolest ending to Xenoblade you could ever ask for. It is so cool. I think you'll love it. Episode 52.
I promised nothing. I promised nothing prior to Dawn Trail coming out.
Yeah, it's stacked.
For a while after.
Yeah.
Unless you just spend the next month living Xenoblade 3.
No, because I've got my live service games now, I don't have time for new games. It's all the games I already play, constantly getting updates.
What kind of live service games are you playing at the minute, Ebbie?
I've been playing a bit of Honkai Star Rail, and I've been playing a bit of Palia.
Sorry, what game?
Hey,
Palia. Yeah, I say Palia.
Yeah, same. Because they're your pals.
Yeah.
But no, they're your pales.
Yeah. So I'm going to talk about a game that cannot be spoiled. Because there's not enough story in it to get spoiled right now.
That's fair.
Do you know anything about Palia, Bill?
Just what I've heard from you guys in Discord, in our group chat. I've seen footage of it. It looks really chill. I know it's an MMO style game that is based around the idea of life sim, but that's where my knowledge stops. So I'm interested to hear.
The first M is questionable.
It's definitely an MO.
Yeah. It's one of the ones by ex-Blizzard people.
Aha!
Because when I was like, what happened to those games that the ex-Blizzard people were making? Palia is one of them.
Yeah. I feel like it has some ex-Riot devs at there too. Though
I think so.
I say that they did just let go of 49 members of staff or something.
So we didn't buy enough hot dog costumes.
No, there is a hot dog costume. That's my one chance to get Bill to play.
Is it still up for sale?
Yeah.
It's permanent.
Oh, it's permanent. Oh, okay. Wait, how much you say?
Yeah, it's not like.
It doesn't matter how much. You just log in.
Anyway,
it's on like Steam now.
Yeah, it's on Steam. I kind of want to put it out there because, like, when they fired all of those people, I suddenly was like, if they take away this game, I'm going to be devastated because I really love it. So it's a cozy. How would you describe it? Like a cozy material gathering, skill having MMO.
Yeah, it's. I mean, a life sim is a fair assessment.
Like it's got your mining, your gardening, your fishing, your bug catching. It's got everything that you could possibly want.
House decorating.
Like the end game is just to decorate your house and make it cool, I guess. Because there isn't much of an end game at the minute, but yeah, I've spent an insane amount of time playing this game, so I've not actually put it on my Steam because I don't think I want it to tell me how much I play this game. I love it. It's getting an update next week where we get level 5 friendship quests and ammo pouches, so we don't have to have inventory taken up with ammo for like hunting and
for your arrows and your I need to make more smoke bombs, actually.
There you go. Well, you can put them in your ammo bag as of next week.
It's a joke because I made 1100 last time.
Oh yeah, you did. I forgot. Oops. Yeah, it's just like, I don't have like a lot to say about it considering how much I played it, because it's just like a life sim game. What can you say about life sim games? But
it's weird. It has that weird issue of it's a cozy, friendly life sim, and some people get real salty about like resources, which it's better now. Yeah,
it is better now than it was. But there is a thing going on at the minute in the game where people in hot dog costumes will just like take all of the resources in any given zone, and everyone's like, oh, the hot dogs are out again.
The hot dog mafia.
The hot dog mafia. So there's like a couple of group mechanics, I guess. There's like trees that you can't chop down on your own because they regenerate health because of magic reasons. So, you know, like communication is important in the game. If you need resources, it's important to receive and give when there's like rare mining nodes or rare trees or whatever. Like, it's just important to communicate with people, and that can go one of two ways, of either being you just meet people who are just not
sometimes you'll walk into a server and you're just like, I don't want to tell these people about this.
I had it the other day where I'd set up the perfect honey lore, right? I got my honey lore going. I got the smoke candle going so I don't scare bugs. I got my buzzy jar. I know all of this sounds like crazy if you don't know what any of these are, but this is to catch a bug that I've been trying to catch for like 6 months at this point, and I cannot catch it.
I need to catch another one for my bundle because I don't want to hand over my good one.
Yeah, don't hand over the good one because you'll never get another one.
Yep.
But I'd spent like quite a lot of resources getting the smoke bombs, the candle, the honey lore, the buzzy jar. Like, I'd spent a lot of resources getting this thing perfectly, so I didn't shout it out that I was doing it in chat.
It's expensive.
Because it costs a gold bar. Those take like 3 hours to smelt.
And that's if you get the 5... I mean, I learned that you can just buy the gold bars.
Oh.
Just so you know, from Hadari, from his mining guild shop. But even so...
But
it's like, so expensive.
I'd spent a lot of like resources making this like perfect bug catching setup, and not 30 seconds into this honey lore, like 4 people just descended on me, and were scaring away like all the rare bugs and stuff. And I was like, okay, that
I don't know how they even know that you're doing it. Like, they don't call out, oh, by the way, there's a honey lore going. They just find it.
Yeah, they just see you, and then they're like, oh, it must be fine if I join in, and then join in without asking, and it's annoying. Like, I really, really don't like that a lot of people in the game think that everything has to be for everyone.
Yeah.
Because that honey lore I might as well just not have done. And it annoyed me. I was very annoyed.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, I see Pallium in this instance. I'm not going to put a flare on it because I'm mad at these like few people that like are in this server of 20 or whatever. I'm mad at these few people, so no one's going to get to know about this rock that I see.
Mine.
It's mine.
Like I came out of a building, and I need to get better at it, but you know, when you have the option to run, why would you walk? So I left a building and ran straight into someone trying to set up a white Cernic. Like, they're all crowded round waiting to fire the shot, and I just sprint out of the building, and it gets spooked and runs away, and I'm like, I returned home. I'm just like, nah, sorry.
It's a really weird game where people are very, very precious about resources. And
trying to foster a game without a toxic community, and then it's like toxic positivity.
Yes.
Where it's like, if you're not being a good neighbor, we're coming for you. It's so weird.
Yeah, now that it's on Switch, though, I can just, like, I don't have to shout anything out if I don't want to. I just flare it and move on. Like, because, like, most of the time I don't want to interact with these, like, strangers.
Yeah.
I don't do it in Final Fantasy, which is actually an MMO. I don't know why I would do it in Palia. But, like, there's a lot of cool things that you can do with people. Like, they do cooking parties and stuff to make it so that you can get loads of food and stuff while spending as little as possible. And that aspect of it is quite nice.
I dislike how much I enjoy cooking.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't need it. I have pickled potatoes, but running around my little corner kitchen of hell is...
chili dumplings are good, focus food.
I shall consider.
Anyway, I don't have too much to say about it. I just kind of wanted to put it out there. It does have, like, a toxic positivity problem, but it's very, very good life sim with... For me, like, house design is one of the things that I quite like in a video game. So the fact that it's so robust and is constantly getting better, and, like, they're adding new furniture and new, like, plants and whatever is very, very much the thing.
Ebbie's plot is very nice.
Thank you. I put about 400 hours into that.
Nah, you follow Mr. Snip Snip's rules. It's been a week.
It's always
at least a week. It's at least a week. And maybe we should do a group thing. We'll take Bill through the Palia ringer.
It's wild that it feels like it has taken this long to get something like this. Like I was listening to Ebbie talk about, it's nice to have a life sim or a cozy game that is regularly getting new items and furniture and stuff. And then I think about how, like, that should have been Animal Crossing.
Well, it kind of was Animal Crossing for the first year, but it was only like it was like seasonal furniture, and then they did that big, like, paid DLC.
It's like slam dunk idea to me to be able to just, hey, add some shit.
Yeah. I should point out as well, the game's totally free. Yeah. You don't have to pay for anything. The only thing is, like, in-game cosmetics, which you aren't forced to buy.
I will say, I think that they're a little expensive.
They are a bit expensive. Like, I had a... Nope, I can't talk about that. That was an NDA that I did. Nah, fuck it.
Never mind.
There was a survey that they sent out, and they were like, don't talk about it, but they don't know who I am, so whatever. And they were like, what do you think about the price of coins? What do you think about the fact that it's like fucking coins? Like, you have to buy coins.
Yeah, it's like Microsoft points all over again.
Which I hate. I would just much rather it say it's 15 quid. It's way better than, like, 27 Palia coins or whatever. There's been a lot of, like, talk about the sustainability of it, because it's a free game that's only charging for cosmetics, and a lot of people are like, I think it's bullshit that we have to pay for new cosmetics. And I'm like, well, do you want to pay for the game instead? Like, what do you want?
Yeah.
You can have...
And even if it was a pay once thing, that's still not sustainable in terms of, like, upkeep. It's like, you need a regular stream if you want the regular update. And it's like, I don't think that there's enough to be like, we're going to charge you £8 a month.
No, at this point, I would say if there was a monthly subscription, I'd be a bit like, I'll pay it once in a while when I really feel like playing it, but I wouldn't play it as I do now.
No. It's tough. Like, it's the weird balance of we want the things to feel like they have value, but also not be so expensive that no one buys them.
Yeah, like they're I've bought a couple of outfits now because I'm like, I really like this game. I want to support this game. They have an outfit that I really like, so I'm going to buy it. Because I have the means to do so. I understand, like, it sucks if you can't afford to do that, but, like, I don't know. I think they've done a good job with, like, implementing changes that needed to be made. Like, I think one thing is that they're not as communicative as they could be in regards to some stuff. Like, there was a bug, like a game-breaking bug, where there was an item that was supposed to spawn to get you into, like, one of the temples that just didn't spawn. And there was like, maybe a 16-hour period of time where we didn't have any communication about when they were fixing it or how they were going to fix it or what we could do in the meantime. And then eventually they just put in a hot fix for it. But, like, they should have said almost immediately, like, we know this is an issue. It's being fixed as soon as possible. But the only ways that they, like, communicate with people are through their Discord server. And I hate that. I really, really wish that I could just not have to join Discord servers to get news about the game that I'm playing.
Or, like, what is it, monthly blog post type things? And that's like, here's everything we did in the last month. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
And I guess they wouldn't have announced when the hotfix came either. So if you were like, well, I know there's a game-breaking bug, I'll come back when I know there's a fix. And it's just like,
yeah,
is this hotfix the one that fixes it? Or is this, like, something else?
I don't know what Blizzard are like generally with communicating with people, but I feel like it's learned behavior from somewhere. So
yeah, they've gotten a lot better recently, but it probably wasn't these developers. Because it's only been recently that Blizzard's actually in World of Warcraft anyway, they actually have been, like, exemplary. How do you say that word? Exemplary?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, baby.
Yeah. You did it.
3 hours in, I'm still saying the words right. But yeah, it's always tricky. It's always a pain in the ass, transparency with games like these. I always wonder if it comes from the top of, like, we don't want to say a lot now because we don't want to, because, like, Bungie has problems with that hardcore, and it turned out to be management. That was fucking awful.
I don't know. You just think that if they're like this, they kind of present themselves as like this indie company, but I think they've got quite a lot of investors. But, like, the people behind Palia, you know, I think a lot of people have this, like, story in their mind where they're like, oh, they broke free from the shackles of Blizzard and Riot, and now they're making something that's all their own. And I don't think that's necessarily true.
Yeah.
And I don't know why my expectations are, like, as high as they are, considering I've played Overwatch. And
do you think that in the future, let's say, this is a hypothetical, okay? I'm not trying to doomsay. It's hypothetical. Let's say financially the game does start to decline. Do you think it is salvageable in a way where it can be rebalanced and then sold as a single player game with maybe a hosted online server like Stardew?
Yeah.
To salvage
the multiplayer isn't, like I said, there's only one M. Because, like, it's not like you need,
because, like, this seems like one of those scenarios where, like, you know, you get an MMO like it's like a recent one that came out and failed. I don't even know. I can't think of one.
Which one?
Yeah, right. You get a recent MMO, like a real one, and, like, once it starts to decline and players leave and it loses money, like, it's literally impossible to save it. But it seems like a case where they might have built a way where it's like, hey, you know what? The game itself can't go away. We could make it in a way where you can keep playing it even if the MMO service side of it does eventually cease. and like they shut down shop in terms of updates. I wonder if it'll get to a point where like, hey, the game's finished technically story-wise. That would be a nice spot for it to get to. But do you think
I kind of hope that that's what happens eventually, because there's like constantly times where I'm like, man, I really hope I just manage to get onto a server when no one else is hanging out. Like, I want an empty server to myself so badly. Because it doesn't change that much.
That's a monetization option. Do what Fallout 76 does, where it's like, hey, pay the subscription and you get your own server.
Like Minecraft Realms too, like that kind of whole thing. Yeah, it's a pretty solid idea.
I mean, I'd be tempted to pay for it just so I don't have to like interact with people.
As long as I'm allowed.
I don't have people, coming after my honey laws and ruining my buzzy jaws and whatever.
Yep.
But yeah, I do recommend it. I will say I've been having a great time with it since it came into open beta in August, I think.
Something like that.
I'm still having a good time with it, so...
Something you mentioned, only because it made me wonder, has Overwatch 2 come out and done all of its stuff since episode 49?
I think so, yeah.
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 What a ride that was.
Yeah. Quite a story. Quite a story.
No, there's no story anymore. They got rid of it.
Bababooey.
Oh. The anger that elicited from me is unlike any gamer rage I've ever had before.
I feel like, what were you were like, is it too long for me to still be upset about this? I can't remember if that was a game or an anime.
That was, I think we were literally just talking about that yesterday. Yeah, Walking Dead. Yeah.
Walking Dead, yeah. Yeah, no, that's unfortunate. I don't remember the last game that fell off that hard.
I mean, I've lived through them. I've lived through them with WoW several times in my life.
Yeah, you get every expansion, right?
You eventually come out. I've eventually come out on top. Right now, it's incredible at the moment. But like, I've lived through WoW's death several times. Warlords of Draenor, middle of Legion. BFA, Shadowlands, lowest point of my life playing that game. That is one of the most, I can't even phrase it politely.
And if you're trying, then... so the whole point of this is another thing. WoW Classic's about to have Cataclysm, right?
Yes.
Wasn't the whole point of Classic to give people a pre-Cata experience?
Yeah. I actually think it's really cool what they're doing at the moment. They have a lot of value on their subscription right now. They have Cataclassic coming up, but they also have Classic Season of Discovery, which is vanilla WoW. They're still doing stuff with pre-Cata content. Season of Discovery is like a version of vanilla with new content in it, kind of remixed. With new abilities, new raids for different level brackets and stuff, and all within the confines of 1 to 60 WoW. And that's been really cool to witness. I didn't play it past a certain point because I'm like, I'm just done with 1 to 60 WoW. I'm good. I think I don't actually need to play it anymore. No matter how many new little bits and bobs you throw into it, I'm kind of done with it. And regular Classic servers do still exist as well.
Okay. So there's Classic and then there's Cataclassic.
Yeah.
Separate.
Regular Classic stays in vanilla, whereas the expansion servers kind of are progressing through the expansions. I think they're going to stop there. At Cata, they have to, I would assume, because now I'll happily play Mist of Pandaria again. But I say this as somebody who is going to be playing Mist of Pandaria again because they're doing a thing in retail called Time Running, it's called Mist of Pandaria Remix, which is a 1 to 70 experience of playing through Mist of Pandaria with a whole bunch of new items, quests, and things to kind of bridge the gap as a piece of content in between the end of this expansion and the new one as a way to level alts up. And it looks really awesome. And I don't know how you make that and then do classic Mists. I don't actually know what their plan is, but they're crushing it over there. the amount of stuff you can do for $15 a month on your WoW subscription is actually nutty at this point. If you are into World of Warcraft, it's wild.
I was kind of wondering if Final Fantasy XIV were going to do something similar where you could like bundle in an 11 subscription.
I want that so bad. I want that so fucking bad.
Because I don't want to pay for an 11 subscription, but if it's included in my 14 subscription, I'll do it. Like,
it just makes sense. It just makes sense. It
like when we were at FanFest and they announced the like 11 raid series, I was like, they're going to announce the thing where you get both, and they didn't. So
it's a good assumption. I mean, like to link them like that, it would unless they're looking at the numbers and going, hey, look, we're still actually making like good money on 11 subs. Let's not do it. But even if it was a little bit more expensive than a regular 14 sub,
like, all right, if a 14 sub is £8 and 11 sub is £8, give us the 2 for 12.
Yeah.
Do
like,
that.
I want to try 11, but it is a thing of like, I don't feel like setting up a private server because I've been there with Rose Online in the past and it's just annoying to me. And so then it becomes, well, I got a sub. And it's like, I have too many things coming out of my account on a monthly basis. I have a hard enough time keeping track of everything. I don't have one of those fancy apps that people say you should use to keep track of your monthly bills.
When we get sponsored by one,
I have a Google Doc that I have a list of my subs and the added total, and I haven't updated it in a year and a half. So, yeah.
Yeah, if they like bundled those together, I'd play 11 for a bit.
Cool. I'd love to try it.
But you know, I just don't want to pay for another subscription for a game, to be honest with you.
I currently
Which is kind of why I dropped off of Overwatch, because they were putting heroes behind battle passes and stuff.
Yeah. It's nice to see them stop
not
that.
anymore.
Yeah, it's over.
They were like, "Oh, that's a terrible idea." Actually,
just absolutely stupid as hell.
One of the worst ideas they've ever had. I think they also charged for the story expansions as well.
Yep, they did. Yep, and they're like, man, no one bought these. Better get rid of the whole thing. It's not worth it.
So it makes me angry. Like thinking about Overwatch makes me genuinely angry.
Like part of me would like to go back and play some now that, you know, heroes are available, but it's been so long and it wasn't enjoyable as a 5-man as much. I think it's like we were talking about how it'd be nice to, well, not nice, but it's like OG Lockdown. I have nostalgia for. I think it's just I'm living more in nostalgia land of like, man, why can't I just play 20 hours of Splatoon a day?
Early Lockdown was great because it was just Animal Crossing, and then it phased into playing 14 for me. So, I'm very excited for Dawn Trail. Just putting that one out there. Very, very excited for Dawn Trail.
It will be nice to have a fresh. What's the word I'm looking for? I guess Code of Paint works considering they're updating the graphics, but it's kind of a shot in the arm for a little bit for the game. I haven't kept up with it as much as I thought I was going to in the post Endwalker stuff. I'm actually still behind a few patches.
You could knock that out in probably a day or two.
Yeah, I've been there way worse than I am in now with catching up for Shadowbringers. I fucked myself and had a lot to do.
I think that's kind of like pseudo expected though, when the patch cycle isn't main story, like it's not expansion story relevant.
Yeah.
It's
like you could have finished at the end of Endwalker, and I assume to a certain extent you could just pick up Dawn Trail, and I mean obviously you're going to have to have done the patches to play it.
It was the same way I kind of felt, and now I don't compare these two things on a quality level, but it's very similar to the way I felt after Avengers Endgame, where it was like, whoa, culmination, ending, and then it was like there's some more stuff going on in like Ant-Man, and it's like,
now to try and keep up with it all, I'm like, I kind of want to, but also why?
I was like, I'm waiting for the expansion. I think for the expansion's big hook to like really get me motivated again as far as like wanting to continue the story. I'm excited for it. I'll be there, early access, whatever the hell that date is.
28th of June. Jinx.
Because it's also an excuse to listen to a whole bunch of new Soken music. So regardless of what the hell is going on in the game, I can't wait for that.
I didn't get to talk about FanFest because we haven't recorded a podcast in forever.
Well, then talk about it.
I don't have much to say, but FanFest was so good, and I got to see Soken in real life, and I was like, that's my guy, you know, I love that guy. That's the whole story.
Get him on the show.
Yeah, I'll ask him, because we're like best friends now, because I saw him once.
Same with Ben Starr. Get them both on the show. We'll We'll talk.
I'll tweet him.
You'll log into Twitter?
I'll log into Twitter and tweet him, you know.
My God, she's serious.
I just saw a clip with Ben Starr being interviewed. I don't know what the fuck. Oh, the BAFTAs. It was at the BAFTAs. And they asked him who his video game crushes are. And he said Renoa from Final Fantasy VIII. Good answer. And Ichiban Kasuga. What a guy. What a guy Ben Starr is, man. Let me tell you what. What a based pick. Picking Ichiban Kasuga, said he'd be a tender lover. What a guy.
Yeah, I guess.
He's very
he grew up in a soap land. He probably knows that stuff.
He's very what's the word I'm looking for?
Are we talking about Ichiban or Ben Starr?
Ichiban, but I guess I'd go for both of them probably. He's very considerate of the people he's helping. And I think he would take notes. But I was so surprised by that pick. It's such a cool answer, which means Ben Starr plays Yakuza, which is what a guy.
Oh, maybe he'll play Kiryu.
Don't even Don't even bring up dubbed Kiryu. I didn't even put Infinite Wealth on my rundown because like I have too much to say about it in an episode that's already very big, so I'll save it for when like someone else gets to it. But I will say incredible game. And I will say this, if you're listening to this and you thought the story was bad, you're an idiot. Is that inflammatory? You're not making it this far in the episode to hear this. If you actually are going to argue with me.
Can we have a timestamp for if people want to hear the thoughts on Yakuza 8? And it's literally just, if you didn't like the story, you're an idiot, and then that's it.
There is one thing I have noticed, and it's a really big aside, and this is maybe toxic, but we have a very large lack of media literacy going on in the world right now, between people not understanding the satire in Helldivers, between people not understanding that Fallout's political, and a criticism of capitalism. I don't understand people calling it woke. It's literally the fucking point of Fallout. But we have a problem where people aren't understanding subtext, satire, show don't tell don't show, whatever. And it is driving me up a wall to read some of these things about Infinite Wealth story. We didn't get to see this. We didn't get to see that. It's in the game, brother. You just are an idiot. I'm sorry. That's all I'll say on it.
I feel like I got to play Infinite Wealth now.
Yeah. I need to work out what isn't in the game.
Holy shit, man. Next my God.
Episode, I'm going to come in and be like, Bill, the game.
It is
they just didn't make it. There was no story.
I beat the game and I was sitting there and I'm like, that was incredible. Let me go to Reddit. And
that was your
first mistake. But I went to Reddit and like I'm reading the thread and I'm like, what the fuck? It's like that gif of Donald Glover in Community walking into with the pizza with the room on fire, and I'm like, why is everyone reacting this way? That story was beautiful. What the fuck? So it drives me up a wall.
Behind the Animal Crossing minigame?
No, that's the thing. They hit you over the head with it, but it's not. It's so frustrating.
I think that that's my thoughts. It's in a similar vein of what does The Onion write now that real life is more insane than satire? It's like, well, how are you going to understand satire if that's what life just is now? Yeah. Well, yeah, you look at American politics, you look at the absolute caricature of what is a conservative, and
the personality traits that a lot of people in the world today carry. It's like, oh wow, everyone just looks like satire. So it's like, I guess they like,
not to get too political,
they watch these things that are satirizing themselves and just see themselves and they're like, oh, all right. And it's like, oh, what the fuck are you?
I believe Permadeath podcast is woke now.
God damn it. But yeah, we have a problem with people understanding things, and they need everything beating themselves over the head with it. And I don't think you need it in everything.
I blame TikTok and the 2-year-olds with the iPads and yeah. I mean, to be fair, I do blame the TikToks and the giving the iPad to the 2-year-old. Bloody Bo Burnham was right. Finally using my uni degree. No.
Hell yeah.
So I think we still have some games to talk about.
Oh yeah, we do.
We have had so many tangents.
I'll just blast through Rise of the Ronin really fast. I don't have a lot to say on it. I just want to give it a shout out, kind of similar to the Palia thing of like, I just want to say it's good because this game came out the same day as Dragon's Dogma, and I feel like the narrative around it was, it looks like a fucking PS3 game and shit, and then everyone started talking about Dragon's Dogma instead. And I don't quite understand why people went out of their way to make viral TikToks about this particular game to make it look bad, but it happened, and I played it, and I can't stop thinking about it. I spent 83 hours with it, and it is one of my favorite open world games I've ever played. It is very much a typical Ubisoft icon open world map, but I also don't see how that's a problem these days, considering people kind of overlook that in something like Rebirth, which is literally the same open world structure. Oh yeah, Kinross, speaking of people listening at home, we have a Google Doc open, and I'm keeping track of timestamps in our rundown. And there was a point earlier in the episode where Ebbie was talking about eating food, and I was cracking up laughing, and I felt bad because I was laughing over you, Kinross, while talking about the game, but it was making me die laughing.
That's fine.
We took 30 minutes to get the Fall TV. Yes, we did. We did take 30 minutes.
Well, I guess that's in your recording, not necessarily in the episode. Yeah,
I'm going to have to kind of readjust. Some things might not match up that exact spot, but it's a rough estimate for me when I go through the file and look. But yeah, we
behind the curtain.
We have a lot of open worlds that do this exact thing Ronin did, and the game gets a lot of comparisons to Ghost of Tsushima, unfairly so. I get why people do it because both games are published by Sony, but Ghost of Tsushima is a Sony first-party game. Rise of the Ronin is simply funded by Sony. It is not a Sony game. The game will presumably come to PC, like all of Team Ninja's other games do. And Ghost of Tsushima's open world is also a fucking Ubisoft Assassin's Creed open world, but everybody, I don't understand.
Have you just not like those anymore then?
It gets overlooked for some games.
Like, I get overwhelmed the moment that a map gets filled with 700 things because I happen to look over a tower.
The thing that baffles me is criticism for them exist for certain games and it doesn't exist for other games. And Ghost of Tsushima gets away with it because you could follow the wind to your objective. And so people, I don't know, don't realize the game is an Assassin's Creed game, but Rise of the Ronin doesn't have wind, but like the open world is just boring. It's the same fucking open world. I don't understand the disparity in criticism. You criticize them both. That's fair. But I think Rise of the Ronin's better. I'll say that. I won't elaborate. I love it. Yeah. Rise of the Ronin to me is a period in Japan's history that is way more interesting to me than a section of Japan that's invaded by the Mongols. Rise of the Ronin is in a place where I believe it's called the Bakumatsu era, where England and America are involved. And it's a point in time where, you have black ships and cholera and lots of conflicting factions as for what the future of Japan should look like. It's also the exact point in time that Like a Dragon Ishin is set in, which one of the things that Rise of the Ronin made me realize is that Like a Dragon Ishin actually seems to be fairly historically accurate, which is funny to me. I didn't realize that. Considering the game has Majime in it, I didn't realize that they were all real people.
Majima's a real person.
Yeah.
My God.
Because I was playing through Rise of the Ronin, and the story I'm playing, I'm like, wait a second, this is the story for Like a Dragon Ishin. What the fuck? Wait a second, that game's legit.
It's just like
right?
suddenly, you're playing a game, and suddenly Nobunaga shows up, and you're like, oh, okay, it's legit.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this is rooted somewhere in history. I think
you'd be surprised by how much people have learned about Japanese history through random games like
Pokemon
Ishin
Conquest,
and Rise of the Ronin, and whatever. Yeah, Pokemon Conquest. That was very historically accurate, if I'm remembering correctly.
But yeah,
like the giant enemy crab battles
and the Pokemon.
Oh.
This game, I think time will be kind to it. I think the word of mouth is very high on it. The user reviews are very high on it. People are realizing, wait a second, the game doesn't look like shit. Wait a second, the combat is actually fun. Oh, the story's actually good. There's like 1 billion characters. There's a persona bond system. There's a cat concierge service you could send out cats to do missions for. There's tons of cat collectibles. There's an entire crazy cat lady NPC that you could romance. There's pilgrimage dogs you could hire. You could see other players' characters roaming the world. You could fight them. You could get their loot. There's 1 billion different party members you could bring into story missions, and you could swap between them. You're not just playing yourself. There's an amazing character creator. There's 1 billion different weapon types, combat skill trees, weapon stances, tons of loot, pretty awesome side quests. There's a glider. There's a grappling hook. There's a billion different ways to approach combat. You can't climb anything, but there's a lot you could jump on.
Is there a lot of yellow paint?
No, actually, there's white paint. The game just rules, and I'm not a review discourse guy. I don't like to bring it up on like shows very often because I think it's just a conversation that leads to the eventual conclusion that they're flawed, and but I also feel like sevens are not the end of the world,
because we are basically reviewing games as we do.
Yeah, we just don't score them. We do things the right way. But I also don't think sevens are the end of the world like some people do. So this game kind of landed in the mid sevens range on aggregates. But people see that and go like, oh, it's puke, it's garbage, it's trash. And
right.
and
sorry, I'm going back to that conversation we were having the other day where it was like, why is a 7 a bad score?
And I think this will segue pretty well into another game on this list too, because this very game I think was what sparked the conversation.
It was,
But I do think this game is underrated too. I think I'm so surprised by the critic reviews of this game. I don't understand it.
Do you think that it's like a release window nightmare and
could be
like reviewed with other games in mind at the same time? So it's like, I've just come off the back of this great thing, and this is not quite as great, but
it came out around the same exact time people were reviewing Dragon's Dogma, and that game got a ton of critical love. And I think it's a situation of, this game isn't like Tsushima, it's uglier than Tsushima. Whatever, fuck it. I'm playing Dragon's Dogma. I can't speak to what reviewers were like, but I'm sure they're under strict deadlines of like, hey, get this Dragon's Dogma review out. Also, there's just open world Japanese samurai game with 3 big open world maps that looks like it's cheap Tsushima. And then, maybe check it out, give it a review. Okay, fine. It's boring. But like, I feel bad for Team Ninja because I feel like they think they cooked with this game, and they did cook with this game. They are right to think they cooked with this game, and the world doesn't think they cooked with it, and the critical world doesn't think they cooked with it. And
but you do.
They cooked a fucking meal and a half with this game. I feel bad for it because I don't think it's going to sell very well, and I think it's been forgotten about. But I'm hoping that as it gets a PC release and more people kind of realize, wait a second, this is good. And the character creator is amazing. You can make a very hot person.
Is this one of those games where Kinross buys it to support the movement, or Kinross buys it because he'd actually enjoy the game?
The combat is very similar to Neo and like a Soulsy kind of Sekiro type of thing. So probably, but not. But
is there a ring of help?
There are a lot. There is an easy mode. Okay, and the game is nowhere near as hard as Sekiro. I very rarely died in this game. It is challenging, but unless I'm just fucking God, I don't know. I don't like to think of myself that way.
Yes.
I don't like my Sekiro streams were a nightmare. But I spent like 4 streams on one boss. But especially with the way this game is with loot, you can get very powerful weapons, and it's very in the player's favor. And there's a lot of difficulty toggles and accessibility toggles. Like, now that I think about it, there are things like literally in the options that let you tweak dodge and like parry windows and stuff like that. So you might be able. They should really put a demo out for this game.
You might be able to play this game.
Yeah, that sounded. I didn't mean it to sound that way, but they should put a demo out for this game, because I actually, it's really good. It hurts me that it's ended up where it ended up. But yeah, I didn't timestamperize the Ronin. That's a fucking mistake of mine. It's somewhere in between 336 and 352, but that's all I have to say about that. Now, as far as like review score discourse goes, Ebbie, what is that other game that you noticed the aggregate for that kind of pissed you off?
It was Princess Peach Showtime. Now, I understand that this is a baby game for babies, but I had such a good time with it. It was so good. And I was like, oh, I got a 7. Why is that an average review? I don't understand. Yeah, so it's just like, as someone who grew up playing Nintendo games and never really had like any kind of good female protagonist representation for my age, I've wanted a Princess Peach game that wasn't the one on DS for basically my whole life, I guess. Yep. And they finally did it. They finally made it. It was good. It had some of the best video game music I've heard this year. And it was made by the guy who made Legend of the Mystical Ninja on N64.
Hell yeah!
One of my favorite games on the N64. So it slapped. It was really, really good. So like the premise of it is essentially like a platformer, but every stage has a different mechanic based on the costume that Peach gets. It's really simple. It took me like 8 hours to beat the whole thing. And that was with me going back and like trying to 100% some of the stages, which I got very bored of very quickly because I was like, I can't, it's taking too long. I want to play the game. I want to see the new costumes and stuff. And I think they probably could have done with not revealing as many of the costumes as they did prior to release. There was like maybe 1 or 2 that I hadn't seen on some kind of promotional material. I don't know, just like, you should play this game. Get it on sale. It's a good time.
Like, how long is a costume segment? Because from like the brief bits of trailer I saw, it was like, oh, you'll get like a minute or 2. Like no, that sort of very small.
It's more like so it's like, how do I describe it?
Is it a Mario World amount? Like you get 8 level type things, or is it literally just 1 level?
There's like 4 levels of floor, and each of the levels have a different costume, but you have to use the costume 3 times on different levels that unlock for you to be able to beat the game. So you get like 3, I would say 10 to 15 minute segments with each costume.
Okay.
Unless you go back and try to like 100% the levels, which
you don't recommend.
Well, I mean, you can if you want. It's just I'm not very good. No spin collectibles.
And I mean, there's no achievements on Switch, so why would you bother if there's not an arbitrary number next to it?
It bugs me when it's like when you miss one of the collectibles, but it shows you that you missed one of them. It's like a line of 10, and then you didn't get number 3, and it's just like a grey cutout shape. And I'm like, oh, that bugs me.
Or you've been paying all the attention, and you've gotten 1 and 3, but not 2. And you're like, how?
Yeah, that happened quite a lot. But yeah, I had a really great time with this game. It's like easy. I want to put this out there. It's not like if you're buying the Princess Peach game thinking that it's going to be like a hardcore gaming challenge, then there's something not quite right with the way that your brain is working, because this was clearly always going to be like a game for children.
It's not.
I'm glad you said that.
Elden Ring.
Because one of the things I saw on Reddit, again, my mistake, one of the things I saw on Reddit was like, when the game's reviews are coming out, people on the Reddit thread was like, another fucking piss-ass easy game from Nintendo. And I was just reading that going, this game isn't for you, brother. I don't know who you think is the market for the Princess Peach game, but it's not like the 43-year-old guy who's like into Berserk. Like that, there might be crossover there. I'm not saying the 42-year-old guy who likes Berserk can't play Princess Peach, but like there comes a point where you can't complain about the difficulty of a game like this when it's like explicitly not made for your exact demographic and taste. Like I saw a TikTok of a dad and his daughter beating a boss in this. I don't know. It was like a boss with a bunch of vines. I don't quite know what that is or whatever. And I was watching it and like, it was like her first time ever beating a boss in any game. And I was watching this clip and I'm like, this is
That's what it's for.
This is the game, man. Like, this is such a nice moment, and that girl's going to remember that forever. And like that dad is like such an awesome dad. Like, what a great clip. And like, if this game was like fucking Sekiro, that kid ain't doing it. Like, like, what the hell do you want?
Never playing games again.
Like, oh my God.
I feel like it is specifically a game for young children to play with their parents who have like grown up with Nintendo games, because we're in that like era now, I guess.
Is there a 2-player mode, or is it kids gonna play and dad and mum are gonna sit by and be like,
it was a dad just watching
when you need it. Like the whole game has 3 buttons. It's got A for jump, B for whatever the costume skill is, and the triggers Princess Peach does a pose.
Oh, the emote buttons.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, that's basically how Kirby plays as well.
Like it's made for children who like are growing up in this new age of games and stuff. And
kids still exist.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
Imagine giving
people can afford to have those.
A good experience, like make an effort. Imagine that.
Yeah,
imagine that kids deserve something good.
I will say I am not a parent, so I did just play this on my own because I wanted to, and I still had a great time. But like, I also wasn't expecting like anything more than what it was. So
not quite goaty.
No.
Would it be a contender for 2024 Permies Cozy Game of the Year?
I would say Like, I've been keeping like a list of all the cozy games that I've been playing since December, and I would put Princess Peach on that list because it's just like something you can sort of play in an afternoon when you don't really have anything else to do. When it's raining, get the tea. I mean, that's got enough hands to jump and drink tea at the same time,
Because you're not I presume it's a 2D platformer.
Yeah.
Or is it like 2.5D?
I guess 2.5 would be more accurate because you can go forwards and backwards, but...
Okay. But like, they're not normally your preferred method of...
No, they are not. But there are some really, really cool segments in this game as well. Like... I'm not going to spoil the Princess Peach game. That's too far,
Okay.
But there are some like in the ninja segment. There's like an auto runner section where you can like climb on walls and stuff. It's really, really cool. Like, I think they did a really good job with this game that's clearly for younger audiences.
Yeah, like,
I would have loved the heck out of this when I was a kid. So,
I mean, you love it now.
I love it now, but I would have loved it more if I was 5. Playing it with my dad.
On the note of costumes, like, because for some reason when I think of the game, for a brief moment I get it confused with Balan Wonderland.
Oh no.
It's back to the world, actually, but you know.
Okay, well.
The character design is very similar to Balan Wonderworld, but like enemies and stuff.
Are the costumes like decently varied and enjoyable to use, or was there a point where you're like, oh, for God's sake, I don't want to be playing as this tax collector?
There is a section that I was like, this is just a bit too slow for my taste, and that was the detective section.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I wanted to play a detective game, I probably would have bought Detective Pikachu rather than doing 3 levels in a Princess Peach game. But those were very slow, and everything else was like quite fast paced. So I didn't like those ones too much, and I didn't like another one that I don't think was officially revealed, so I won't say what that one was, but it was essentially the swimming section of the game. Didn't really like that very much. But everything else, I was like, oh, hell yeah, I get to do, like, Red Mage Peach or whatever. I don't remember, Swordmaster Peach or whatever. And I really, my favorite Peach was the Chef Peach. She's got a very cute outfit, and all you do is just decorate cakes, and it's great. Oh. It's great. I really, really like it. Play it, please.
So it is actually varied. It's just not just like, oh, here's different versions of Stab.
No, it's like the chef one, you decorate cakes and make cakes and stuff. The Swordmaster one, you have a sword. The ninja one, you have like a bunch of stealth mechanics. Like every costume is fairly varied, I would say. Okay.
I would like to try this game.
You know what? I'll even let you borrow my copy. How about that?
You don't let anyone borrow games.
I know I don't, because I don't get them back. But if I get it back, that's fine. Yeah, it's on Permadeath now. So
yeah, I can't imagine that I'm going to hoard the. It's like, oh, I want everyone to know that I own a copy of.
This is my game.
Nah. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I'm glad you played it because I couldn't have gone into game and been like, the Princess Peach game, please.
You could.
I could have. But
yeah, you could.
It's for my daughter.
They know me. Well, some of them know me, and they're like, "This is weird, even for you, sir." Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, you got me.
Is this the OG child. Switch's last banger? What do we think?
I think we've got Paper Mario.
Oh wait, I'm a dumbass. Forget me.
Yeah, the game that everyone's been wanting for like 20 years.
Forget me. I quit again.
But that's
we don't have we don't have like any crazy like big titles left. I don't think Metroid Prime is coming out.
Nah. If it is, it'll be across gen.
Yeah, I don't foresee that coming out before. Maybe I'm wrong, but like that's the only one I can think of that would be like a massive hit, I guess. I'm very excited to play Thousand Year Door because I sold my copy like a fucking idiot. That game's worth so much money now. So.
I've never played it at all. I'm looking forward to it a lot after playing Mario RPG. I'm like in the mood for more of that and like feel like that's my next best option. Cool, they're doing it.
But yeah, it caught me off guard. Like I get it. There's still an unknown amount of time for the Switch to exist, but in the indie direct where it's like, oh yeah, this game comes out in November, I'm like, what? I get it. You release the games when you release the games, but you must have an inkling of when a console's at the end. It's like, why?
Yeah, I can only assume it's going to be.
Try and do it sooner.
I can only imagine it's going to be just as seamless transition from like PS4 to PS5, where like everything released on the Switch over the back half of this year will just work on the Switch 2, and it's kind of just a Switch platform. That's my hope anyway. I'm hoping just call it Switch 2, bro. Just don't overthink it. Just like just
no, it's going to be the new Nintendo Switch DS.
You know, we joke, but like It could.
And then it's going to fail, and we're only going to get like 3 years out of it before they dump the entire thing.
This is just the easiest decision known to mankind. It is like, just switch to. Everybody knows what that means.
You can switch to it.
They'll say that.
My gosh.
They'll say that. You can switch to it for the Mario RPG 2 video game or whatever shit they'll dub over their direct.
The Nintendo Switch 2 video game console. Yeah.
Even though the president will have not said that at all in Japanese. But they love it.
No, it's only in the American dub.
Yeah, it's wild. It's goofy at this point. Like, once you notice it, it's like, oh, what? Yeah. Fire Emblem Three Houses video game. Like, Pose 2? What?
Well, I mean, these days, it's like, you got to clarify, is it the Fallout video game or the Fallout TV show?
Nice.
I need to be right back really quickly, so
sure.
Give me a minute before you talk about Baldur's Gate.
So, how are we feeling? 4-hour status check.
It's flown by. It's like old times.
Pretty fast 4 hours. Not gonna lie to you. Yeah. I actually looked at the timer and saw it was that, and I was like, what? I looked at the timestamps. I'm like, it's been how long since Tears of the Kingdom?
Yeah. I mean, it did take us an hour to get to the first game.
Wow.
On the recording.
Wow.
Whether that's
now,
like,
I think there's a lot more in those front 30 minutes than you think, because we talked about anime for a bit.
Yeah.
And who knows where I'm going to start it. So
that's why I say, like, I don't think that it's actually an hour until, but either way, it's at least half an hour.
Yeah, I mean, a big topic is the Fallout show, so it's video game related.
You talked for less time about Fallout 3 than a TV show.
Yeah, I guess it's funny because like a lot of my thoughts as a whole can be encapsulated in how I feel about the show.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because like the way I feel about playing Fallout 3 is very similar to how I felt watching the show. Of like everything is kind of bled into each other. But yeah, no, it is funny. I haven't beaten it though, so maybe when I get back to it, whenever episode 51 is, I'll have all 3 of those games beaten.
Next week.
Yeah. Imagine a weekly 4 hours. You imagine that?
I mean, I tried to get us to do it once. It didn't work.
A hell of a thing. If the show was weekly, it wouldn't be 4 hours. That's the only reason it's 4 hours.
I think that was the goal. Was the episodes would be shorter if they were more frequent.
Yeah.
But then it's like, we don't play enough stuff in a week.
Yeah, I would change up the structure a little bit if we were to ever do something like that. We would talk about...
Yeah, you do it like as a news thing, right?
Yeah, I would try to find topics for us to talk about.
You'd be like, you know what, we'll change the theme tune every week to a video game song.
So
I thought you were going to put the timestamp in for when Ebbie said that she was going to BRB.
I didn't do that. It was like 4:08.
Can't believe we've been doing this for 4 hours already.
Can you not?
No, but also yes.
Yeah.
It's funny. I even said in the Discord last night. What did I say? What was the exact thing I said?
Good, because I'll try and keep it to less than 3.5 hours.
Yeah. For as much as it's easy for us to keep doing, for us, what the fuck did I write? For as much as it's easy for us to do, okay, yeah, go above. Keeping it below that over 3 hour mark is a desirable goal for me. And we got there.
Well, to talk about Baldur's Gate.
It is easy for us to do. I think it's fast. Time goes fast. It's not our fault.
See, it's because we only talk to you like once every 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah. So Baldur's Gate.
I can't believe that we haven't actually spoken that much about Baldur's Gate.
That's because we haven't had a podcast. Oh, you mean like as a group?
Yeah.
Yeah, so worth noting, I haven't finished it yet. I'm trying. I've walked into like 3 massive fights in the last 2 times that I've played. I'm just like, oh my god, I'm drained. But yeah,
I love Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate was my game of the year last year.
It was mine.
It was most people's
until Alan Wake came out, it was mine. But like Baldur's Gate it's unstoppable. It's once in a lifetime type RPG.
It might have been mine if I had played it last year, and also I didn't love Tears of the Kingdom.
Last year ruled, huh?
Yeah, last year was insane.
Yeah. So, like, as part of my mental health recovery, Ebbie gracefully committed to a weekly Baldur's Gate route. And so there was a conversation in there yesterday, and I know that I have been missing stuff in the game. But there are bits where, like, Ebbie, you didn't do the Underdark in your first playthrough.
I did not.
And there's a quest coming up. Well, we haven't left Act 1 yet, but in Act 3 that I'm like, how did you not do this the first time? Oh my lord, we need to do this quest. Like,
there's so much missable stuff. It's crazy.
But yeah, it's. How do you even talk about Baldur's Gate?
Yeah, it's hard because, like Eddie said, there's lots of missable stuff, but like it's a game where you could miss like 20% of the content and still play it for 150 hours. I've never really played a CRPG before all the way through, and I don't think I've ever really played an RPG that just goes full send like this one does. You know, like you could spend 60 hours in Act 1 and not just be retreading. It's wild to me, the amount of reactive content there is in the game and the amount of variety that you could find. Everybody that I've talked to who has played this game, whether they were playing it at the same time as me or my cousin who just beat it for the first time last week, you know, and like he's finding stuff I didn't see, and like, oh yeah, I found this basement with this toy maker, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, and just have these wildly cool, different stories. It really captures the essence of like talking to somebody who's playing a D&D campaign and like hearing stories from them of like, oh man, and then my barbarian did this, and I accidentally, failed my roll and did this, and I met this guy in this town, and it's like, I have never seen something, we talk about adaptations a lot in this, I've never seen something take a source material like the way that Baldur's Gate 3 took tabletop Dungeons and Dragons and distill it into a video game so fucking effectively. It is masterfully done. Every bit of it, down to the conversion of the 5e rules, the dice rolling, just the narrator as your DM. Like, oh my God, it is the camp, like the dynamics between characters and their classes and like their personalities and their stories. And it is, it's hard to sum it up because like I was once in a lifetime.
I was about to say that I was like, oh yeah, I'm fairly sure that I picked up every quest that I could find as I was doing it. And so maybe there isn't much replayability in it, ignoring Dark Urges, whatever the hell that is. But it's like, well, no, because again, I don't know how much it changes things, but it's like, rather than siding with this faction, side with the completely other faction and have God knows whatever web comes out of.
And you could end up with entirely different companions. Like there's people you can't get in a good playthrough. They've added ways to do it, I think, in patches since. But like characters like Minthara and stuff like are entirely evil pieces of shit. But you can get them in your party, and that adds, and you could miss entirely recruitable people like Jahara and Minsk, like people that you could just totally miss.
So my former manager adored, like, played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 to death as a kid. And they were very excited to pick up 3 on the Xbox. And they started playing it. And she missed Karlach.
Oh no.
She missed Will.
Oh no.
Somehow.
Will?
I don't know. and she was like progressing along, and then she's like, hey, yeah, for some reason Shadowheart just left the party. I was like, did you? There's a thing that you can do in Act 2. Did you do it? It's like, yeah. The quest said to kill this person, so I killed him. So now I don't have a cleric. And then she's like, oh man, this weird guy was breaking into the bank, so I had to kill him. I'm like, Jesus Christ, who's in your party?
Murder
She's
hobo.
basically got no one.
Murder hobo that plays through. Damn.
But she doesn't, like, she's not intentionally murder hoboing. She's just like, yeah, these are the bad guys. I've got to kill them. It's just like, and I'm explaining to her, like, no, you know that guy in the bank? Yeah, you can get him. And yeah, it's madness.
They have managed to do something with this voice cast that I haven't seen happen since Overwatch 1 came out.
Yeah.
And it has been so fun to revisit that kind of feeling, because it hasn't been since Overwatch 1 came out that like a voice cast has seemed this close and this attached to their work. Now, not to say that it hasn't happened in fragments, like Ben Starr really embraces Clive and all that stuff, but I'm talking like full cast, always hanging out, always on TikTok and social media, and always posting videos together at cons, and like watching the voice cast from Baldur's Gate 3 still to this day, like as early as last week, like hanging out in person, like it's really kept the conversation of the game alive, and it feels as culturally significant as Overwatch. Like it makes
it feel like they're also an adventuring party.
Yeah. They're excellent. And that's what's scary to me about the future for Baldur's Gate is one, Larry not doing it, and two, it's going to be very difficult to live up to characters like Astarion and Karlach and Gale, and it's going to be
then equally
tough.
Whatever Larian do next is like they've got to then
Larian's next game
from that.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I assume it'll be Original Sin 3, but maybe something else. I don't know. They still got two games cooking, so we'll see. But
either way, it's like an awful task to try and match.
I think that's maybe one reason, besides the relationship with Wizards of the Coast probably not being in the greatest state. Feel like they piss everyone off at this point. I imagine in their head it was like creatively, it's like it's going to be very hard to do a 4. So yeah, as a studio who owns other IP, let's not get that pressure off our shoulders and use the framework and our knowledge making something like Baldur's Gate 3 and expand that expertise to whether it's Original Sin 3 or something entirely new. I'm excited for them though. They're a really cool and really talented studio. I want to check out their other games, and it's been really nice to see them on the stage at all of these recent award shows, whether it's the Game Awards, the BAFTAs, DICE, whatever. They seem like a company that does right by their creatives and is led by a pretty cool guy. I'll be devastated to find out in 6 months when all these news stories come out about them being toxic, as we can come to expect. But I'm really hoping not, because I'm rooting for them whatever they do next. They seem like the second coming of a studio like a BioWare in their prime, which we don't see very often anymore. And I have a massive BioWare shaped hole in my heart. And
I hope that they adapt Pathfinder so that I can understand the rules of Pathfinder.
Well, there's those Pathfinder games.
To read a book.
But Larian, they seem like they did a pretty good job in general with 5e rules, so they would maybe make it a little more digestible. I feel you.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm like I have reinstalled Original Sin 2. I have seen an abomination of an elf thing. I don't know what it is, and I still don't know what it is. But man. It scares me. I've only played like 20 minutes. It is a little weird going back, because it's like this isn't, because obviously they can't. It's licensed, so they can't have proper, like they can't refer to things in a D&D way.
Yeah.
And so that the way that they're trying to get around things can be a little bit confusing, and UI is vastly improved in Baldur's Gate. So it'll take some getting used to. But I'm interested to see.
So, Kinross, you said you haven't beaten it yet. Ebbie, you have beaten it, Baldur's Gate?
I have, yeah.
I assume you both got in this moment.
Would you like me to deafen?
No, not an ending thing. I just wanted to, because I know, Kinross, I know you've seen this moment, I believe, already, the House of Hope. Have you been there?
Yes. I don't think Ebbie has.
Ooh. I won't say it then. I won't ask a deafen either. I won't talk about it at all.
Wait, the House of Hope is the, like, cleric place in the Mountain Pass?
Nope.
It is the conclusion to the Raphael storyline in Act 3.
Oh, no, I didn't do that. I made some mistakes in my original playthrough, and I didn't get the ending I wanted, but he was definitely involved, so...
Okay.
I'm excited. I hope you guys see it on your co-op playthrough. Yeah,
we are definitely going through that.
That moment, that quest, I was sitting there, and that was the exact moment where Alan Wake 2 wasn't out yet, but that was the exact moment where the music and the moment and everything about that quest line, I was sitting there going, this game is almost superhuman good. There is no chance in hell normal mortals made it. There's just, it's impossible. These are gods.
The appropriate GIF for this is from the New Puss in Boots movie, where he's at a party and his hair stands on end and he turns it around and there's a wolf or something. And he's just like, oh, hell.
I'm so excited to, like, see some of this stuff because, like, I didn't do the Underdark in my original playthrough because I was sort of led to believe that you could either do the Mountain Pass or the Underdark.
Explained. Yeah, it's the game's fault.
So I just was like, well, I'll go through the Mountain Pass because I sort of went into the Underdark, got lost, and was like, whatever. I'll just do the Mountain Pass instead. Didn't realize that you could actually totally do both if you wanted to. So missed out on that. And then when I was getting towards like Act 3, I was like, okay, I've put like 60 hours into this so far. I could probably like skip some stuff. And now I'm kind of regretting that I skipped as much stuff as I did because I wasn't necessarily that pleased with my ending. So I'll be curious to see what the group ending is when we get there in like a year.
I think my main gripe with the co-op is like it is a lot of fun, but it's real hard to avoid like the metagame element and trying to have people experience things for the first time without being like, hey, let's go this like.
Yeah,
I don't know how to explain it, but like me saying we need to do this quest for your hat, Chris. Like there is no way to be like, yeah, this is actually going to be really cool without almost spoiling it. But
Kinross, did you go to like the prehistoric dinosaur island?
You mean did I go? So I only is this in the carnival?
Yeah.
So people kept telling me about a clown. I was like, I can't find this clown to save my life. I didn't realize that there was a corner that you could go around. I was like, man, this carnival sucks. There's just a djinn who's cheating me and some bards singing a song. All right. Yes, I did go to Dino Island.
Cool. It's a real place in Forgotten Realms. I just don't know what the fuck it's called. And then there was dinosaurs there, but you get a really sick trident there. That's
my current weapon.
I put that shit on Karlach and just ripped the game apart with her. I love Karlach. I wish Karlach was real. I wish he was like lived in my city. Even if she was a real tiefling, I want her to be a real tiefling. I don't need her to be a human being. I'll walk into Walmart with a tiefling date. What am I gonna be ashamed of, right? Who's your romance picks?
Oof. On my original playthrough, I really wanted to romance Gale. that did not work out because I guess I didn't make the right choices. Gale did not like me very much.
Damn.
So I ended up romancing Halcyon instead, which I'm absolutely fine with, just to put that out there. That's fine by me. And in my solo second playthrough, I'm romancing Asterion.
What about in the co-op?
I don't think we can romance people in the co-op.
But so Ebbie tried to, like, we got to the party where someone can spend the night, and Ebbie's talking to Asterion. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I have. It's not you, it's me. I have standards."
Oh my god!
I was like, that is the perfect line. And then she gave him a playful shove, and the entire camp turned on us. And that was like the third time we learned that we need to quick save.
That was my bad. I was trying to be funny, but then the tieflings that were partying with us really did not like my funny, so...
But Asterion was fine with it.
Yeah, Asterion was still like, yeah, let's get these tieflings, but...
I didn't knowingly or necessarily try, but I have ended up with romancing Shadowheart and briefly the Dream Visitor.
Oh. No.
Sorry, this accidentally did a Seth Rogen laugh there for about 25 seconds. I just, oh man, what a moment. Oh my God.
Have either of you done it for the chief?
No. I briefly thought about it because obviously I made my dream person like look like to my taste of like, oh, maybe they're romanceable. I don't know. Let me make somebody that like I would romance. And yeah, what a rug pull moment that is.
Are you happy for me to pseudo spoil this?
I'm never going to romance that person. So I mean, like, up to you. I'm cool hearing it if Ebbie's cool hearing it.
So I'm absolutely never going to romance the Dream Visitor, so that's fine.
So it gets to a certain point, and he's like, or they're like, "Hey, how do you feel about us?" And you get the option of, I guess this is spoilers for the game.
We got time.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. So they say, do you like how I look, or would you prefer me to look a different way? And I was like, nah. I like you for you.
Oh no.
And that goes about as you'd expect, but it ends with it's like the most absurd cutscene where, because the Dream Visitor is distracted, everyone else is coming in from their dreams. And so, because I'm playing a guy, I presume, Gale, Will, and Asterion are just like looking at you aghast, like mouth agape of like, what are we looking at?
Is it a naked mind flayer?
It's a naked bee and a naked mind flayer. Yeah.
Oh no!
Like, oh my! What are we? What?
I gotta YouTube this scene after we're done. Oh my God!
They're vaguely disgusted and confused. I was like, that is perfect.
Like our leader's in there shagging a mind flare. Oh my God!
It was very entertaining.
I'm glad you went in there for science and got the scene.
Yeah,
that's something.
I never would choose to do such a thing.
It was definitely something.
I feel like I might look it up on YouTube.
Yeah,
now
you should. You should.
Mentioned it, but I don't foresee myself ever romancing the Dream Visitor.
That's fair.
My biggest complaint with the game is Alfira the Bard is not a party member. That's
criminal.
There's no Bard, first of all, but second of all, she is designed so well as a person who would fit in with the goddamn party, like more than some other NPCs.
Got a tragic backstory.
Yeah, like hello, like what? Let me romance Alfira, you son of a bitch! Like what the fuck, man? She's right there.
It's no paladin either.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
2 barbarians, though.
2 druids.
No ranger?
Minsk is a ranger.
I'm a ranger fan. I like rangers.
Minsk was a barbarian.
He's got a pet. I think he's a ranger. Who uses a sword, I believe.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's why I'm getting confused.
Yeah, he looks like a barbarian. What were you saying, Ebbie?
I'm a ranger fan in theory, and I still don't. I've never played a ranger in either D&D or Baldur's Gate.
No, you are the animal companion.
I am I'm playing a moon druid in
Nice.
our playthrough, and I got my owlbear powers, and I'm absolutely cracked.
They're nuts.
I don't have any gear.
They're nuts.
I'm just an owlbear.
Basically, after a long rest, we leave camp, and Ebbie instantly turns into polar bear, owlbear, or panther, and then does not willingly turn back.
Owlbear. That's like top 5 coolest D&D creatures, huh? Right? Like easy.
I'd say top 3.
Yeah,
easy.
like they're the best.
I love owlbears. As soon as I
They can
so
jump
cool.
real far.
Yeah.
the gasp that came out of my mouth when I realized that like I could be an owlbear, because I had no idea. It's just a level up thing that I got, and I was like, oh my god, I loved it. I love playing a druid. Even though I don't get anything cool, like everyone's getting cool items, and I'm like, I don't need anything really.
You slap things 5 times and they die.
Yeah, I don't get any gear until
It
Act
is.
3.
It's like the druid effect in World of Warcraft too, where it's like everyone gets cool transmogs, but as a druid, you're always in your animal form, and so all your gear you get, no one ever sees it, and like, but you get to be a druid and do everything and be a cool animal. So it's like the trade-off for being too cool.
My first playthrough was on my bard, which was great. I love playing bard in like any circumstance. Probably my favorite class, but again, I just like didn't run into a lot of bard gear. Like,
yeah,
it's just I seem to pick the ones that don't have a ton of gear.
Well, we're finding increasing amounts of bard gear in the co-op.
I didn't find it, so it didn't count.
Okay, yeah, no, like there's the hat by Althera, there's the sword in the Underdark, and all this other stuff.
Well, if they'd made it clear that I could do both the Underdark and the Mountain Pass, I might have gotten that sword, but they didn't.
That's true. No,
I did a Vengeance Paladin. And I broke my oath once by accident. I had to reload.
It happens quite easily.
Yeah. I learned quickly the right ways to do things to not break it again, but it happened in the Goblin camp. I broke my oath. From there, I was like, oh, let's see what Oathbreaker is like. But I was looking at the skills, and I'm like, I want to be like some fucking Bug Swarm Death Knight guy. I'm too powerful as a Vengeance Paladin. They are almost too good to the point where like me and Karlak were just fucking tornadoes, just ripping shit apart while Asterion picked people off in the distance. My party was a well-oiled machine. I absolutely had a blast with my character class and my party makeup. It was really nice.
You think you'd play it again?
Yes. Yeah, I'm planning on doing an evil co-op thing with my cousins. Because they just beat the game for the first time, and we're like, oh, let's do a playthrough where we're just absolute pieces of shit, and don't have to really worry. It's on co-op. We'll have fun. Just do whatever. And but yeah, my plan was after I beat it, I wanted to do a Dark Urge playthrough because I don't actually know anything about that. I have no clue what that is. I've somehow not been spoiled on that. I have no clue what the Dark Urge is, besides the fact that you have to kill people. I think I don't know, but I want to do that as my second playthrough. It's been hard to find the pocket of time.
When you're playing new Bethesda RPG.
Yeah, playing a 20-something-year-old Xbox 360 game right now instead. It's tough though, yeah. But I'd like to. I love it. I wanted to play it immediately after I beat it. That's how much I was like pumped.
Yeah, I've set up like a second solo playthrough as a Vengeance Paladin, funnily enough.
Hey!
where I get to make more asshole choices than I did on my bard, and I just like whenever I'm in the mood, I just like
that's the nice thing is once you realize how not to break your oath, Vengeance Paladins can straight up be fuckers.
Do you just like not kill people you're not supposed to?
Pretty much, and help evil people. Like if someone's doing something totally evil, like I was trying to strike a deal with someone in the goblin camp that wasn't to benefit the goblins, but it was kind of, I guess, interpreted as being evil. And it broke my oath immediately, and I'm like, fuck. I wasn't going to let these people live, but okay. I guess I got to go about killing this person in a different way. And I think there are some things you can get away with if you switch to like Astarion or something. If you want to steal something or like just kill an NPC, I think you can do it as someone else.
Because I looted something, sent it to another member of the party, and they instantly lost favor and were told to drop it or else die.
Shit. Yeah, so I guess it's something you gotta play with. Yeah. Because for the most part, I was able to punch people in the face a lot and like be Batman basically in the most violent way when it called for it. But their smites are really good. They're a really powerful class. They get just really, really hard hitting and really tanky too, which is nice. And they got heals. It's made me want to play a paladin in tabletop. I'm a boring guy. I always play a fighter because Battlemaster Fighter just rules. What am I supposed to say? They are amazing.
All of my Baldur's Gate characters are based off of characters that I've made for D&D, so I'm not playing anything like new, I guess. Like my bard is based on my bard. The druid is based on a druid that I haven't played in a game yet, and then the paladin is from the game that Kinross ran for us forever ago. Because I'm just like, I very rarely get to play D&D nowadays, so I like my characters, so I'll just do that again. I don't mind.
Yeah, I don't have any characters to stick in. I suppose I could have put in my, like, Tarim could have been my Ravnica character.
Yeah, one of the many wizards that you play.
In terms of D&D, I only have one wizard, and that's Mason in Ravnica, because that's the only D&D game I've got.
Yeah, if you played more of it, you'd play a wizard again, though.
If I was able to regularly play as a wizard, and I had a second, like the Wildmount game we were going to do, I wasn't a wizard then. I'll have you know I was a warlock.
Ooh.
I mean, I'm just not good at the punchy, fighty stuff. So like monks and fighters and paladins and all that malarkey.
Yeah, the only major one I've not done is cleric for like 1-to-1 representation of like D&D games that I've actually played. And that's because I don't really like cleric in D&D, so I don't think it's going to be much better in Baldur's Gate, so.
I mean... Alright, my computer is getting very upset if we end up using Audacity. Shadowheart's pretty...
Oh, dear.
A pretty good indicator of oh, can you hear it?
Yeah.
Whoa!
Okay. I will... Shadowheart's a good indicator of the cleric. I'll mute.
It's like, how long have you been going? Shut the fuck up!
Stop talking about Baldur's Gate. No one cares anymore.
Oh, man. Shadowheart's a good example of the cleric.
Yeah, sorry, I can't hear it over my headphones.
I don't hear it anymore personally, so...
Oh, are you sure?
Oh, there it is. Yeah, no.
You got a CD stuck in there or something? What's going on?
It's one of my fan bearings is on the way out.
I know that
the part is not available for a long time.
Slam your desk. Slam your desk, see if it works. I'm not even kidding.
I've slammed it plenty.
Okay.
I have to open up the case and I stick my finger in the fan.
Okay, well, maybe that's a sign that we should wrap up this episode anyway. I don't know.
Final Fantasy XIV was a game that made me get my fan bearings fixed on my very old PC in 2013 when I was still in college. My power supply fan was dying, which that's a really important one. I probably shouldn't let that go. But
yeah, that's a pretty important fan.
It kept making a noise, and I kept banging my desk, and it would stop. And then it would come, and I would bang my desk again, and it would stop. And I was like, I got to get it fixed. I want to play Final Fantasy.
That's what I used to do for my old machine. I could technically fix it because it's 3 fans in series, so I just need to unplug the one that's dying. But that involves uncabling an entire setup just to do that. So I've just turned the fans off. I'm sure my CPU is fine.
Okay, well, that was episode 15 of the Permadeath podcast.
No, it's honestly fine. It's only at 45. It can passively cool. But yeah, Baldur's Gate, a lot of fun. It came out at an unfortunate time when I was manic with work and so couldn't play it, and then just didn't pick it back up. And I'd probably be like 3 campaigns deep by now if I played it when I got it.
Look at that. So we haven't recorded in 2 years. We just hit most big games, huh? That's been on our tongues for the last year at least.
Yes.
Oh, I did timestamp when I call people stupid. Okay, I was actually going to say I talked about Infinite Wealth. Yeah, I got people. Okay, yeah. Anyway.
I don't think we've ever talked about Final Fantasy XIV, though.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Maybe we'll do a Dawn Trail episode.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to think
we've never talked about Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, end episode.
I'd like to think that we will record again before the end of the year. So,
at the very least, we'll record to announce Jingle Jam stuff.
Plenty of time to talk about Dawn Trail and whatever else the fuck come out this year. I don't know what the fuck's coming out.
Paper Mario.
Yeah, I don't know anything that's coming. Mana Lords comes out in like a week.
I'm out of gas.
Oh.
Okay. Good job, everybody.
I just sat there for a second trying to think of games coming out, and I'm like, I got no gas left.
Space trucker.
Oh, I was looking at my wish list. Let's put gas back in. I was looking at my wish list, Kinross, and I forgot about that game entirely. And I got so fucking excited for that. Oh, baby. I'm streaming the shit out of that fucking game. No one knows what I'm talking about. You're a space trucker, baby. Rick Hogan, space. He's back. Oh, I can't fucking wait.
You thought he was bad at driving on 2 dimensions? Well, now he's got 3.
Wait till there's intergalactic fucking interfaction alien trade going on, and I gotta deliver the freaking cold fusion.
You 100% have to.
Oh, I will absolutely.
Even if you I will pay for it if you end up hating it.
I'm excited. It's literally truck sim in space. Space. It is like literally the formula. So
I don't know whether it will work with your wheel.
Yeah, wheel support will be the thing that will be interesting. I don't even give a shit if it does or doesn't. The nice thing is that it's a truck. So like it's not like it's like a weird Mass Effect spaceship where it's like, oh, it uses a weird steering wheel. These are straight up big rigs in space. The wheel makes sense.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, same. But yeah, there'll be plenty to talk about. I am happy that we sat down to discuss video games today. It has been a while. Nice to have a 50th episode. Absolutely. If you're listening to this still, really cool of you.
Yes.
If you're just tuning in and you, for some reason, skip to the end, if you are someone who didn't like the story in Yakuza Infinite Wealth, don't click the timestamp that says Infinite Wealth. Don't click it. Please
it's entirely reasonable that you could have fallen asleep for the night and woken up to us still talking.
Yep. Yep. Good morning. You should have got more sleep, brother. It's only been 4.5 hours.
Put the episode back on. Go back to sleep.
Anyway, yeah. Whenever you're watching it, I can't. It's hard for me to plug socials anymore because I'm not really on them. Besides Threads, and I'll update some of the shit in the description or whatever on the YouTube upload. You can still follow Permadeath Podcast on Twitter. I will post the episode there. The Twitter account still exists. But anything to plug from y'all before we go? Anything for people to keep an eye on? Anywhere to follow you? Anywhere to say hello? Complain about me calling them idiots?
Try and pick up more streaming stuff, but no promises, much like when I say we're going to do more permas.
I'm gonna try and stream Fire Emblem Engage at some point because I still haven't played that.
Oh my goodness, that came out last year, did it not?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It better be last year, not the year before.
I got it installed as well. Year. I haven't touched it either. Fucked up.
That's the one with Pepsi Man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Colgate Chan, Pepsi Kun. Yeah. So I'm going to try and stream that at some point. I have stuff that I'm working on that I can't plug today because I've not finished it, but next time maybe.
Oh, are you doing a Bill resurgence?
Maybe, but not to do with the anime because I don't watch it anymore, but you know.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Cool.
We'll see you next time.
Yep.
We'll see.
YouTube.com/PepperedHam. Watch my cross game video. Everybody, do it.
Do it.
I make one every 9 years. Check it out.
That's like 3 Perma episodes ago.
Yeah. Maybe one. Yeah.
What?
How many years was in between the previous one and the one before that? Probably more years.
I don't know.
I don't think it was that long.
One was during the pandemic for sure. One was during 2020. We did do a 2020 episode. Yes. And then a 2022 episode. We're on a 2 year.
We talked about Xenoblade Chronicles 1, and then you talked about Yuffie.
Okay.
And then there were a couple of E3s in there, I think.
The last episode was 2 years ago.
Uh-huh.
Before that, you played It Takes Two, and then me and Bill watched the 2020 Game Awards.
Oh my god.
And then you guys played Halo.
Yeah.
And then there was an episode in 2021 that we streamed, apparently. So
yeah.
Whoa, we did 2 episodes in a year. 47 and 48. 2 episodes in a row on the channel. How amazing is that? That doesn't happen.
That's crazy.
Nothing in between it.
Crazy.
All right, fam. We're going to let you all go back to bed. Look
Put the episode on again, and you might hear a bit more this time before you fall asleep.
And if you're asleep, I hope you're sleeping during the part where I call you an idiot. Or it invades your dream and like you have a deserved nightmare if you think that about the Yakuza story. I should stop ripping these people. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. I don't know. I don't know. Goodbye, everybody.
See you in the history.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.